everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The Seattle Sports application. Yes, the Seattle Sports application on a formal Friday. YouTube, more on that to come. And on 97.3 HD2, it is arrived. The weekend is here. It is Friday. Tomorrow we will have Mariner ALDS action right here on Seattle Sports on 710, right here in the city of Seattle, right here at T-Mobile Park against the Tigers. 5:28 first pitch, if you like your first pitches precisely on time, right before the bottom of the hour instead of just after. Yes, it's a weird time. No, I don't know why it's not 5:32 or something like that. No, it's going to be 5:28, so prepare yourself. We'll be ready to go, man. We know it's the Tigers. We know it's the Mariners. We know when they're going to play. We know the entirety of the division, not the whole schedule, but at least the matchups now across Major League Baseball after another thrilling day of wild card action. Wild card round was a home run, pardon the expression, for Major League Baseball. It was an awesome, awesome 3 days of baseball. If you're a baseball fan, you love the last 3 days. Like, you just loved it, right? I mean, every single morning essentially kicked off with baseball, and it kept going all the way until just about bedtime. What an incredible 3-day stretch with all kinds of good games, tons of great pitching, couple of key moments, a couple of big errors, and put it all together, and you end up with just a great, great week here for baseball. And for those of us in Seattle, it was pretty stress-free, right? Did you have any reason to stress out watching those games? Unless you had, as I did, a scheduling conflict for tomorrow and you were hoping for either the early game or the later game. What stress did you have? All right, maybe you wanted the Guardians over the Tigers or the Tigers over the Guardians, but it certainly wasn't like a super intense, oh my God, if we play this team, we're screwed. If we play that team, it's great.
No, just the stress of watching the Yankees win.
I mean, that's obnoxious.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's obnoxious. Yeah, that's true. That's obnoxious. Yeah, that's fair. But other than that, like, I don't know, there just wasn't a lot of stress. It was awesome. You got to just kind of watch. It was great. And it was just a ton of fun for baseball fans. And now all of that flips on its head. Now you get all of the excitement of watching your own team play mixed with all of the anxiety that goes with it. I can't wait for it. All gets going tomorrow evening. All right, so we know who it is, Lyle. It's the Tigers. We've been debating, right? Guardians, Tigers, going back and forth. It will be the Tigers. What do we think? I hear you're coming to my side.
Oh, I still wanted the Guardians to win. If it was up to me, I would have picked Cleveland.
I guess what I would say is my side being that none of the other teams in the American League are that good. Or at least the Tigers and Guardians.
Well, the AL Central teams aren't that good, that's for sure. Because I'm digging into it yesterday, and I'm just curious, all right, what is there to watch for with the Tigers? What jumps out? What is going to be the challenge that is presented to it? Or what's the challenge that's presented to the Mariners, or challenges for that matter? And my conclusion here is, while I don't want to see any part of Tarik Skubal, which the Mariners are obviously going to get for at least one game, if not two, he is the 100% identity of that entire team. The entire rest of the roster is not very good, especially when you look at the second half.
Yeah, no kidding. Welcome. Welcome to the dark side. Welcome to my world. This is kind of what I've been saying. And oh, by the way, the Mariners have handled him twice, which I know doesn't mean they're going to do it a third time. But the biggest, scariest, baddest guy on the planet is on their team, and the Mariners have kind of stared him in the face and found a way to beat him twice. So, yeah, I'm with you. I don't think that Tigers team is anything to be particularly concerned about. What got you there?
Trying to find reasons to stop being so nervous about Tarik Skubal alone, and trying to think about, okay, what else is going to present itself when he's not on the mound and the other 2 to 3 games in this series where the Mariners are going to be facing off against them. And I'm just looking through what the Tigers have done in the second half, and I'd say what got me there is just piece by piece by piece. I was like, oh, they're middle of the pack in this, they're bottom third in this, they're bottom third in this, all combined together. You look at it on a big grid, and I say to myself, oh yeah, this team isn't good at anything aside from Tarik Skubal.
They really aren't. So you sent over some of these numbers. They were this year, just to kind of give people a sense of what you're talking about. I'll throw on the Ebenezer so I can get all of your numbers right. 21st in runs scored. This is starting in the second half, right, of the season.
Which is who the team more is. They're more of who they were in the second half.
Yeah, they didn't do a huge amount at the deadline, right? They didn't make major changes to their team. They did collapse in September, and that's a relevant part of who they are. 21st in runs scored, 19th in OPS, 17th in home runs, so not in the top half in any of those categories. 20th in batting average, for those of you who are big batting average people. 30th in stolen bases. They don't put the game in motion that way. 19th in walk rate. That's not going to help your on-base percentage. 28th in strikeout rate. And for those of you who hate strikeouts, you're not going to love the Tigers as an offensive threat. They strike out a ton. So that is, I mean, go look through that. None of those numbers are good. Not one. The best of those numbers is that they hit some home runs. Interesting, considering the two parks they are going to be playing in are not great home run hitting parks, both Detroit here and Seattle. For the season, they're 20th in OPS, 19th in runs versus right-handed pitching, which is essentially like, the Mariners, all right-handed pitching. And that's incredible considering I think they actually have a much better lineup against righties than they do against lefties because the two best hitters on their team come out against lefties, right? And Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter. Both of those guys can be neutralized with lefties and pinch hit for if you can force them to do so. So offensively, are you afraid of the Tigers?
Well, and then you even start to look at the individuals because I guess what was making me say for the last week that I'd rather see the Mariners face Cleveland than Detroit is, look, the pure talent of the Detroit lineup is better, which I still think is true. But all that, again, being said, you look at some of the individual performances in the second half, they're three all-star bats, Riley Green, Javi Baez, Zach McKinstry, all OPS under 700 in the second half. Oof. None of these guys hit. Javi Baez was down at 548 in the second half.
Which is funny because he was their best hitter in the postseason series here the last 3 games.
Right.
But
and then if you add Gleyber Torres to that too, his OPS in the second half was 659.
Oof. I mean, those are woof numbers. None of those are very good. Kerry Carpenter was still pretty good. And if you're circling a name, he's probably the one. He's really torched the Mariners in the past. You've got so many right-handed pitchers on your roster that, he's going to be able to stay in games a long time. It's going to put a major strain on both Caleb Ferguson and especially Gabe Spire to try to get him off of his spot or out of the game entirely. They become really key figures, probably more than you want in this series. Is it better for them on the mound? I mean, outside of Tarik Skubal, and remember, they've now burned up their second and third pitcher, so none of the 3 of them can pitch in game 1. Which I think is a pretty amazing, look, if they had swept the Guardians, at least they'd be rolling in here with Jack Flaherty in game 1 and then Skubal in game 2 and Mize in game 3. And you're like, all right, that's still their top 3 pitchers. They're just moved around a little bit. They can't pitch any of those 3 guys. So they're on to pitchers 4, 5, and we'll see for game 1 tomorrow night. And by the way, I did say the time wrong. I said 5:28. It's 5:38. My bad. Excuse me. That's my bad. Just ignore me. I'm hyped up this morning. It's a formal Friday. Sometimes you get these things wrong. Is their pitching better?
Not really.
Not really. Here's some more numbers from Lyle. Starter ERA. Now, does this include Skubal?
It does. And again, this is just the second half. But still.
All right, so second half numbers, including Skubal, who obviously, weights this in a positive way, even including Tarik Skubal. The Tigers are 22nd in starter ERA, 14th in bullpen ERA, which is still impressive to me considering I don't think they have a great bullpen, so that's impressive. Maybe it's just that my eyes still can't adjust to seeing Will Vest as their closer. Like there's something about him like, wait, Will Vest? The guy who blew those games against the Angels? The guy that I just couldn't watch anymore here in America? That guy is their closer? Yeah, he's been pretty good. 15th in strikeouts per 9, so they're not an incredible strikeout team, middle of the pack. And 18th in walks per 9, so they'll actually walk you and put you on base, which you cannot afford to do with this lineup in the postseason. Yeah, it's Tarik Skubal, and we'll see. Because while they do have some other good players, don't get me wrong, they do. They get some good players. Kerry Carpenter's a really good hitter against righties. Riley Green's a really good hitter against righties. Against lefties, they either take those guys out of the game. Now, the Mariners don't have a lefty starter, which is going to hurt them here. It'd be really beneficial to have a lefty starter against this lineup. And you're seeing in both of the AL matchups that we just watched, having a lefty starter was pretty important. It helped the Red Sox, at the very least, hang in there with the Yankees, and it certainly helped the Yankees against the Red Sox. We know it helped the Guardians against the well, at least in terms of their bullpen against the Tigers. Having a lefty is really, really important. But you look through this entire, Detroit team, and it's sort of hard to imagine anybody was ever that scared of them. That's not to say they can't win. Of course they can. They're a good team. They're managed well. They don't have a lot of bad players, and they've got a lot of guys who just seem to beat you, and in a situation they execute what they're supposed to execute. So I'm not trying to look past them. I don't mean that. But this big bad Tigers who, oh my gosh, and they're so talented, like, they're okay. They're a good team. They deserve to be in the playoffs, but there's a reason they got absolutely run out of the building in September. They got some major holes. Now, so do the Mariners, and we'll discuss some of the issues that the Mariners are going to have heading into the postseason here and what's going on exactly with Bryan Woo. He tried to throw yesterday and succeeded. So why am I still nervous? That and a whole lot more and everything you need to know next.
Bring on the Tigers.
And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series.
And Saturday, T-Mobile Park will be rocking.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Mariners, Tigers. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey man, gaining weight, low energy, lost drive? It could be your testosterone. Revive Men's Health Washington helps men get their edge back. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations.
When men start treatment, it's not just their labs that change. You see it in their posture, their energy, and how they walk into the room. That's why I do what I do.
Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111. Or schedule anytime at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The holiday season is here, and businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles, from haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas. Skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167, some things are about to change, and some things aren't. If you ride without a Good-to-Go account, you'll receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. Having Good-to-Go means it'll cost less than pay by mail. Not a change. Carpoolers will need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. A Good-to-Go pass saves you $2 on every toll. No change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com. Free Flex Passes while supplies last.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners Tigers tomorrow, 5:38 p.m. The matchup all set after Detroit scored 5 times in the middle innings yesterday and finally dispatched with the Guardians.
At a set as Perez waits the delivery. Swinging a liner down the right field line. It's a base hit. 2 runs are going to score. Carpenter to third. A huge 2-run single for Wenzel Perez, and Detroit leads 4-1.
Yeah, credit to Cleveland. They were tough out, but the team that led for most of the season did come away winners in the short series. By now, you're pretty familiar with the roster, right? The pitching staff, Tarik Skubal. He's not going to be able to pitch in game 1. Casey Mize, Jack Flaherty didn't even pitch deep into the 2 games they faced against a very unimpressive Cleveland lineup. So they're going to have to find someone to start tomorrow, since none of those 3 are even going to be available. Kerry Carpenter, Riley Green, both guys who can do damage, but both left-handed bats. Both can be neutralized by lefties late in games. So again, expect Spire and Ferguson to play a big role in the series. Game 2, Sunday, 5 o'clock, with the series headed to Detroit for games 3 and 4 on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then a possible game 5 here would be Friday night. How crazy would that be here in Seattle? All right, Yankees rookie pitcher Cam Schlittler getting the better of the Red Sox rookie pitcher yesterday as they hold on to advance. Like all Yankee rallies, it was pathetic. It was lame. It was a little dinky hit into right field. It was a potential double play ball that was just outside the grasp of the shortstop. And then it was a little error. Just
Early,
awful.
From the belt, here it comes. Swinging a ground ball to first. Off the glove. Trying to backhand. It was low. It goes into right field. Rosario is in. Around third. Chisholm scores for the Yankees. Stopping at second is Volpe, and it's 4-0 Yankees. They've scored 4 here in the 4th.
Yeah, I think the Red Sox might have been better off with Derek Lowe at first base than Nathaniel Lowe yesterday. By the way, it doesn't help that he looks like a 45-year-old beer league softball player out there. Just a total mess. Yankees win.
Both guys involved. I showed you a picture of Austin Wells, who's 26. Like, they look... the mustaches don't work on everyone.
Nathaniel Lowe looks... but his body is all dumpy. Yeah. He looks like... He's awful looking.
He does not look like a young athlete.
No, he looked terrible, and you showed it on that play. Anyway, Yankees win. They're going to go face the Blue Jays. Cubs, now they played some defense yesterday. Wow, they win 3-1 over the Padres. They advance to take on the Brewers, and that'll do it for the day of baseball.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, still lots up in the air as rosters are due tomorrow morning. The Mariners have decisions to make, the biggest being, where is Bryan Woo at? He threw a bullpen yesterday, followed by some batting practice with hitters. Afterwards, he spoke to how he felt.
Positive day. Still not, where I want to be in terms of game speed of everything, but in terms of how everything's progressed, happy with it. Considering a week ago I wasn't even throwing yet, and then a week from now, hopefully, we'll be in a better spot. So still just taking it day by day. But, in terms of looking at it that way, it's a lot of positives.
A week from now? What do you mean a week from now? A week from now, there's games, first 4 games are done. What do you mean a week from now? I don't know what all that means. I'm going to choose to believe he's just playing coy, and we'll discuss it in greater detail at 7:30, but that was not the most inspiring little press conference from Bryan Woo yesterday. Seems safe to say he's not going to start games 1 or 2. Hopefully he'll be ready for 3 or 4 on the road. I've been very curious about how they plan to utilize the bench. Got to assume Garver does DH in Game 2 against Skubal. So then what? They would want Harry Ford, I would think, to be on the roster just in case. Do you want Miles Mastroboni for defense? Do you want Samad Taylor for speed and maybe some base running? Is there room for Cole Young? Asked Jeff Passan about the makeup of the roster yesterday.
Yeah, you could do that. Or do you bring on like Samad Taylor as a pinch runner?
Mm-hmm.
Like they have different options. I think 14-12 is the way to go.
I would tend to agree with Jeff. You'll hear more from him coming up at 6:30.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks, no real change to the injury report yesterday. It means we likely won't see DeMarcus Lawrence this weekend. Safe to expect Nick Emanwari will be active for the first time since week 1. But the rest of the secondary, man, I don't know. Neither Julian Love nor Devin Witherspoon practiced at all this week. Can they go? We'll see. Would they need to use Emanwari more at safety? That should be an interesting bunch of decisions to be made by Mike McDonald and crew. Bucs did get a few players back after a lengthy injury report on Wednesday. Baker Mayfield, Hassan Reddick, among those who became full participants. Sam Darnold has been playing some really good football, and he explains how he's done that.
At the end of the day, it's understanding, my reads, my progressions, understanding what the defense is trying to do to us, what, the protection is, what the flaws are in the protection, and just understanding that. And I think when you put all that together with the route combinations that we have, it's, understanding kind of where the flaws are, in the concept or in the protection itself. And I think once you understand that as a quarterback, you can kind of go from there.
All right, Niners blew a big lead, still managed to come out on top in overtime. They take down the Rams last night. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Look, we're getting you ready for games 1 and 2 of the ALDS. Extended pregame coverage all weekend long. So what does that mean? Saturday, live from Victory Hall across the street from T-Mobile Park from 2:30 to 4:30. Bob Stelton, Charlie Furbush, and John Morosi of MLB Network will be there. You can also tune in on 710, Seattle Sports app, Seattle Sports YouTube, of course. Sunday, 2 to 4, again, Stelton, Furbush, and Morosi. That will all be on 770 a.m., Seattle Sports app, of course, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page. So both shows lead up to the Mariners pregame show with Shannon Dreyer 1 hour before first pitch. Victory Hall booked on Sunday, so that show will be from the booth, just so you know. All right, you understand? Everybody ready for this weekend? Jeff Passan will help. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Bring on the Tigers.
And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series.
And Saturday, T-Mobile Park will be rocking.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series, Mariners-Tigers, Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, look, the truth is this week is about as good as it gets from a sports radio perspective, but in general, do I think about retirement? Yes, maybe not as much this week as others, but of course I do. Who doesn't? Once you get into your late 40s, you start thinking about when you're going to be able to just enjoy things without going to work every morning. Well, the thing is, just planning and saying you want to retire isn't nearly enough. There's a lot more to retirement planning than just calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle. That's why you need help, and Trajan Wealth can help build a strategy that's based on realistic options that align with your goals and your circumstances. So if you're interested in wealth management that's designed to protect, maintain, and even expand your financial portfolio, then you want to call Trajan Wealth at 206-466-3300. They understand the importance of tactical investments, tailored insights for growth in line with your specific risk tolerance, and they are fiduciary advisors. That's important, so they understand no two retirement plans are the same. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that's going to meet your financial goals. Call them at 206-466-3300 or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The MBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and it's now open. Hawks Peak, the place to be for game days this football season, with over 66 TVs indoor and outdoor. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
If you use the carpool or toll lanes along SR 167 without a good-to-go account, you'll soon receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A good-to-go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, so cool to be able to do this as the Mariners wait to see their playoff opponent. The first couple days of the postseason, the wild card round, I think have been incredible, Brock. I've really enjoyed just sitting in front of the TV watching baseball nonstop. Jeff Passan's been doing it from the studios in Bristol, and he joins us right now for a rare Thursday appearance. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
I am great, gentlemen. How are you?
You should be, man. I think this has been a phenomenal start to the playoffs, right?
Oh, it's been so good. There's just a lot of really good baseball being played right now, and especially a lot of good pitching. Like the pitching that first day, you can isolate it to starters. You can isolate it to left-handers. I mean, that day we had Tarik Skubal 7 2/3, 14 strikeouts. Max Fried 6 1/3 shutout. Blake Snell 7 innings, 9 strikeouts. Garrett Crochet 7 2/3, 11 strikeouts, no walks. Like, I'm sorry, the starting pitcher's not bad. And you see something like that, and it's like, oh, so maybe the Mariners' strength can still be a strength in October. Maybe starting pitching can still exist this month.
Can you take me behind the scenes and Salky? What's going on? How are you guys watching this? Remember back in the day, Salky did like radio, and I think, didn't you walk in the NFL countdown room?
I was doing Countdown to Kickoff with Michael Smith leading up, which was the pregame show. And so afterwards we'd go watch in the NFL War Room, which was insane. Chris Berman and TJ and Mort just holding court. It was so cool. Is that what it's like for you guys?
Yes, it's me. Kevin Connors is our host. Xavier Scruggs, former big leaguer, one of the analysts, and Hunter Pence is in this week. And what I've learned about Hunter Pence this week is that that man likes coffee. Like, there were a couple of times, because the first day, they're long days. We're getting in, on the days with 4 games, we're getting in at like 10. And we're not leaving until we're getting in at like 10 a.m., not leaving until 1:15 or so. So it's I mean, we can whistle and say, "Oh, we're watching baseball," so it's not exactly like we're doing hard labor here. But every couple hours, Hunter was like, I need coffee. I need energy. I need to keep going. And so I just brought a literal box of Dunkin' Donuts coffee to the office yesterday, and felt like I was being a good teammate.
And it's not like he played in the old caffeinated coffee, the old leaded coffee era of baseball, right? So that's real coffee, right?
Yes, that is real coffee, but let's not discount the leaded coffee. For those who don't understand that, there used to be 2 pots of coffee in big league clubhouses. One of them labeled in one way or another leaded and the other unleaded. The unleaded was caffeinated coffee, not decaf, and the leaded was loaded with amphetamines, which for a long time in baseball was just completely acceptable and standard operating procedure. So yeah, that is not an exaggeration. That is literally what it used to be.
And we can explain to
before
Lyle
amphetamines
that
got banned.
leaded and unleaded is how you used to have to ask for your gas if you want to go back even farther to where the reference comes from. All right, so Jeff, we've been watching obviously with not just one eye but multiple eyes on this Cleveland-Detroit series. So let's start there. What have you learned about those two teams and how they could match up against the Mariners in round two?
I don't want to be the person who necessarily says that the Seattle Mariners are going to run through both of these teams, right? That has absolutely, though, been the feeling that I'm getting, that the Mariners are just better, and that the Guardians and Tigers are essentially exhausting themselves and their bullpens just to try and get to the next round. And you can say the same for the Yankees and the Red Sox. Even the Dodgers, they've gotten 7 innings from Blake Snell and Yoshinobu Yamamoto, so it's not like their bullpen is taxed. But they had to throw a lot of pitchers in the 8th and 9th innings because we're not sure if anyone in their bullpen is really all that good. So as much as I think that there is a benefit to playing in the wild card round and getting into October and going into that next series pushed by the momentum of having won one already and going against, on top of that, guys who've just been sitting around, and regardless of whatever inner squad we play, I'm sorry, but that does not come close to replicating what a playoff game is like. So the teams that have the bye are coming in cold. But I personally think that whatever disadvantage you have from sitting for those days, you gain advantage, A, by resting, and B, by your opponent going out and exhausting themselves and putting themselves in a compromised position where, let's say it's Detroit, Tarik Skubal's not going to start until game 2. And that is a big advantage, I think, because the Tigers at that point are going to need to push it to game 5 in order for Skubal to go out a second time.
Mm-hmm. So just generally, historically speaking, Jeff, which team would you rather see? Because I think in this case, Detroit is the overall better roster. They've expressed that and expressed it for, I don't know, like 160 games, second half of last year and first 100 games of this year. I think that's a better roster, but Cleveland, the much hotter team. Just historically, if you're the Mariners, would you rather face the less talented but hotter team or the more talented but maybe not quite as hot a team?
I think hot matters more than talent in October. That's weird for me to say because you guys know I've established, I think, pretty consistently on this show that I go for talent above all else. But in October, that goes out the window a little bit. I think the answer is I would rather go with the team I would rather face a team that's exhausted. And I think that the Guardians are probably going to be a little more exhausted, especially if you look at what their bullpen has to do. Their bullpen is their greatest strength. And if their pen is worn down, and it might be after the wild card series, you got to turn around for a day, fly across the entire country, and go face a team that is good at working counts and is good at getting at starting pitchers. And then you just chip away, and Stephen Vogt at that point is I think, going to be scrambling. This entire October for the Guardians and the Tigers, however long it lasts, is going to be a scramble drill. And you can win that way. The chances are just significantly diminished to do so, I think.
So both of those two teams will have thrown their top 3 pitchers, and none of those 6 or 3 per team would be available for game 1 on Saturday. So depending on who wins today, who would the Mariners likely face in game 1 for Detroit or for Cleveland?
I mean, for Detroit, it's probably going to be Cater Montero. And for Cleveland, I would imagine it would be Joey Cantillo. And of those two, Cantillo's been awesome, and Montero's just been sort of workmanlike. So I think in terms of starting pitching, the Guardians definitely have the advantage there. The Tigers are just scrounging. I thought maybe Troy Melton, rookie, would get the nod, but Troy Melton's the one who gave up the home runs to Brian Rocchio, 2 doubles to Stephen Kwan and Daniel Schneemann, and another home run to Bo Naylor yesterday, and essentially blew the game for. You know what? I don't know if he gave up the Naylor home run, but he put the Tigers in position to lose yesterday. So I don't think Troy Melton's going to be the guy. But Montero's fine. The big thing is they would have Skubal back for 2, and then because of the way the schedule is, they would play Sunday, off Monday for travel, games Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday for travel, and then Skubal would be on full rest for Game 5.
But in theory, let's say the Tigers come away victorious today. In theory, the Mariners could win in 4. Well, you could win a series without ever having to beat Skubal.
Yes, that is correct.
Right? I mean, because he can't start Game 1 unless they really want him to go on short rest.
No, he's not. I can't imagine. I mean, Tarik Skubal is a bad mamma jamma. But he's also going to be a free agent after next season. And the notion of him going and starting on short rest in Game 1 when he's lined up to go full rest twice in the series, I just think if this were a different schedule and whether because of off days or otherwise, he was lined up only once and that moving him up would allow him to pitch twice in the series, then, yeah, I think that's something that they might consider. But the way it's lined up right now, I have a hard time believing that they're going to
especially because in order to make it work, everyone would have to move up, right? Like, it's not just him. Otherwise, then you're starting it just – yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
It doesn't – I think, Mike, that wouldn't matter because Skubal's the guy who everyone else works around. He is the son of their universe.
When Jeff Passan tunes in to whoever the Mariners are going to play on Saturday, and you watch the Seattle Mariners in this American League Division Series at home as AL West champs for the first time in 25 years, what will Jeff Passan's eyes be watching for, Seattle specifically?
60 feet 6 inches from the plate, who's standing on the pitcher's mound? Is it Bryan Woo? And look, today's a big day, right? I mean, he's throwing today, and I think that's gonna suggest whether he's able not just to be on the roster, but to get the Game 1 start, or if they postpone it and save him for Game 3 and give him a couple extra days of rest. I think that to me is the burning question. But if I'm the Mariners right now, I feel pretty good going into this series. I feel like this is a roster that can win a World Series, and I'm not sure that there's anything that's going to, especially in the division series round, going to dissuade me from that. Once we get to the LCS, I think it's going to be a little different. Toronto, New York, and Boston, whoever among those 3 emerges from that, is going to be a much more talented team and a much more dangerous team and a much better lineup, at least in the case of the Yankees and Blue Jays. The Red Sox, not so much, but the Red Sox, I think I would take the Red Sox offense over Detroit's or Cleveland's, and I would frankly take the Yankees pitching and Toronto's pitching as well. Boston, to me, is the third of those 3 teams, but Toronto or New York is a real roadblock, and it's going to be a real series if the Mariners advance to the ALCS.
Trying to remember, you were out here in 22 for the extended inning game against the Astros. Were you out here for that playoff game?
I sure was.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I was there for. What I remember coming out of that series, and especially at the World Series that year, is Astros players saying that the Mariners were the best team that they played, and looking at that Mariners team and this Mariners team, this one is so much better. Right?
There's no doubt roster-wise and how, especially since the trade deadline. Yeah, the only challenge to fully agreeing with that 100% is just that this pitching staff has not pitched as well as that one did. I think they still have the same level of talent, upside, all the rest, but they just haven't done it the way that one did. And that, I was kind of writing about this yesterday. Like, you said the pitching's been great, the starting pitching isn't dead. You're right, except in the games where it is. right? Like it's just sort of been one or the other. Either the guys you mentioned go 7+, or Alex Cora is like, yeah, no, we're good after 2. Thanks, Brian Bayo. We'll see you later. Like
Mike Schultz is like, thanks, Dylan Cease. You've thrown us 3 2/3 shutout, but we like our relievers better.
Yeah,
and that's one thing that I don't think the Mariners are going to have the luxury of. I think the back end of their bullpen is really, really good, and I think it is trustworthy. But there are elements to the postseason and relief usage now that I look at, and I'm like, I don't think that clubs use relievers the right way. I think that they expose them, and that as much as the third time through the order penalty exists for starting pitchers, and for those who don't know what that is, hitters' numbers spike dramatically when they face a starting pitcher for the third time, which is one of the reasons, if not the main reason, that you see starting pitchers yanked as early as you do now. San Diego can do that and can go and throw Adrian Morejon for 2 1/3 and Mason Miller for 1 2/3 of the nastiest stuff you're ever going to see. Like Mason Miller yesterday was an absolute absurdity, and that was so much fun to watch. Like dotting different corners of the zone, 103 up and into a right-hander, 104 down and away to a right-hander, which was one of the nastiest pitches I've ever seen. A slider up and in against a left-hander at 90 miles per hour and hitting the corner of the zone. I mean, it's not just the stuff. It's not just the velocity. It's Mason Miller's ability to put it somewhere. And so you go to him and then finish with Robert Suarez, and all of a sudden those 5 1/3 innings that were staring at you, the bullpen's just carved through. The Mariners don't have that. I think you're going to get Andres Munoz for an inning. I think you're going to get Matt Brash for an inning. I think you're going to get Gabe Spire, maybe Edward Bizzardo. Like they're good. And I enjoy watching Carlos Vargas pitch. Like the Mariners have some arms, but I would not look at the bullpen and say that is a distinct strength of theirs.
Yeah, I would agree. Just I don't enjoy watching Vargas. It's too wild a ride. So the stuff is great. It
is. The stuff is so good though, man. And maybe this is more like we're gonna really appreciate Carlos Vargas in 2027 or 28 when he's had a couple of years under his belt and the stuff is playing. So he's pushed himself into a leverage role, but I just see how good it can be, and it's like that's what you need. The difference, Brock, between teams that win the World Series for me and teams that don't, it's one of two things. Either your superstar has a out of his mind series, or those coin flip guys end up on the side that you called. And I feel like Carlos Vargas is a coin flip guy, where if he's in 4 or 5 outings this postseason and you get 3 or 4 good ones out of that, then that, you stack those on top of each other, and that's how a World Series is won.
Well, this is so much stinking fun talking playoff baseball and all of the machinations and everything that goes with it. But I do have to ask, if you were to, and you sit there and you banter with the folks in ESPN land and folks in baseball, if you were to say right now, Jeffrey, a better, more likely chance of happening, Cal Raleigh wins the MVP, Dan Wilson wins Manager of the Year.
Cal Raleigh wins MVP.
You feel the momentum for that? It feels like it's shifted back and forth and back and forth. The narratives have gone back and forth, and even the odds, I think, in Vegas have gone a little bit back and forth. The votes are all in now, right? These voters don't get to vote based on the playoff competition, or the votes all in?
That is correct.
Votes are in, and yeah, as you sit here today, what's your gut say? I saw your sound. I think I saw sound of you saying over the last week that you would. It's really tight and it's impossible, and you'd love a co-MVP. But ultimately, some of the sound I heard was at least still leaning Judge. Do you think in the end that's ultimately what happens?
I think Judge hit like 400 and slugged 900 and had more home runs than anyone over the last month. And Cal did some great things, but I think the momentum. Numbers-wise is on Judge's side. The momentum narrative-wise is still with Cal, and I have no idea how this one is going to turn out. I do think it's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be like 23-7 in terms of first place votes. I think it'll be, 16, 14, 17, 13, 18, 12, maybe 15, 15, and you get co-MVPs. But a lot of people, I think, have made very compelling cases on both sides. And to me, there's no wrong here, because every time I look at it, and I have said Judge as much because I think it's important to be consistent. And I always ask myself, can I back up my beliefs in the game, my worldview of the game? Can I argue for it, and can I do so in a manner that's consistent? And I feel like me backing Aaron Judge goes back to Mike Trout versus Miguel Cabrera. The year that Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown, I thought Mike Trout was the better player. And I still think Mike Trout was the better player. And I look at the candidacies very similarly here. Cal Raleigh's doing something absolutely incredible. Hitting 60 home runs, period, is awesome. Doing so when playing catcher, even better. Doing so when playing catcher and not resting, mind-blowing. As good of a season as Cal Raleigh is capable of producing, but maybe sometimes you just run into guys whose ceilings are a little bit higher. And
you could argue that the other way, Jeff. I mean, I assume in this analogy you have Miguel Cabrera as Cal doing something unique and cool, but you could make the argument the other way of like, yeah, Miguel Cabrera had the stats, but what Mike Trout was doing was just flat out more valuable. And you could make that same argument the other way for Cal over Judge.
Can you go ahead and do that? Because I don't get what you're trying to say.
Well,
because if we're doing Mike, if we're doing this as a stats-based argument, right?
Okay, well, let's not get mad. Whoa, easy.
Mike, if we're doing this as a stats-based argument, please, by all means, convince me that Cal Raleigh's stats are better than Aaron Judge's.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to try. No, I would say Judge is the guy with the stats.
You can.
I'm not.
You can.
I get it. I know. I'm saying Judge would be the stats
guy.
Okay,
then you trying to say that that Cal Raleigh can be Mike Trout in this situation is just, it's not
just
right.
That he'd be flat out more valuable, even if the stats didn't show it. That he was more valuable to his team.
No, but the whole argument is that value of the team is derived from numbers.
I see what you mean. You can overall numbers. Okay, yeah, all right, I get that.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah.
All right, so let's go. Let's be dorks for a minute.
All right,
jeez, yeah.
Are we ready to talk now?
Whoa, all right.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry to those whose speakers.
That's what happens when you're in the back. You're in the Northeast. You get to the Northeast. I get it.
How much of that leaded coffee have you been drinking over there, Jeffrey?
You know what? I actually don't drink coffee.
Yeah.
I wish that I like coffee. I want to like coffee. I'm the guy who, if someone says, "Do you want to go get a coffee?" I will, and I will sit through that coffee, begrudgingly thinking to myself, "Why am I drinking this? But do I really like this person enough to be pouring this stuff down my gullet?" And it's kind of embarrassing because I pride myself on having a pretty good refined palate. And I like coffee and cooking more
Jeff,
than I
it's
do.
The playoffs. Nobody wants
drink.
to hear about your coffee. We got 1 minute left. We need information here quickly. Let's say Bryan Woo is the game 3 starter. Let's say it goes in that direction. What would you do in games 1, 2, and 4 if you are Dan Wilson?
Here's the thing: if you roast the beans like extra dark, I would go Logan Gilbert game 1, Luis Castillo game 2, George Kirby game 4.
Okay, and then what have other teams done? We've been sort of debating a little bit. They can go with 13 pitchers, 13 position players, or for a short series like this, is it beneficial for them to take a 14th hitter, maybe even Harry Ford, to give him that opportunity to pinch hit for Garver late in the game against a lefty?
Yeah, you could do that, or do you bring on like Samad Taylor as a pinch runner? Mm-hmm. Like they have different options. I think 14-12 is the way to go.
Well, I would agree on that. That was Jeff Passan who joined us yesterday. I do think that's what they'll do when we find out tomorrow. There is a Dan Wilson press conference later today in which he will announce the Game 1 starter. Assume that's going to be Logan Gilbert, but we'll see how this all functions. Coming up, those starting pitchers are going to be in the spotlight as we get underway with the ALDS tomorrow. We're talking about it all morning long. Brock's in next on Brock and Salk.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a 4th straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Tired of unwanted clutter taking over your space? Well, say goodbye to it all with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal service. Tune into Cairo Radio 97.3 FM or Seattle Red for Home Matters featuring Happy Hauler this Saturday at 2 p.m. Discover how Happy Hauler can help you declutter and reclaim your home, all while donating as much as possible to those in need. So make yourself, your family, and your community happy. Go to happyhauler.com. Hauling with a heart.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville Yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers!
and tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jim Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on there.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, Brock, this is it. We are ready to go. All systems go this weekend. Soto is going to be a zoo in all the right ways. The city is hopping. Mariners tomorrow, early evening, 5:38 first pitch. And then, of course, Seahawks and Mariners both on Sunday. What a weekend planned here. Yeah, in the city.
You're in a
of
dive
Seattle.
bar, you said, Saturday night? You're in a dive bar?
That's the plan.
Dive bar?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's the plan. Although we did find out the bar we were hoping to go to doesn't let kids in. So that we may have to do a little research, a little post-hockey game viewing action tomorrow. But, yeah, I could have used the Red Sox winning. Would have been helpful for my own personal schedule. But other than that, man, here we go. You got the Tigers, Brock. You got your wish. You get to see the Tigers. Let's go.
Was that my wish?
I don't know.
Nah, it wasn't really my wish.
No?
No.
I know. You're so enamored with A.J. Hinch.
Yeah, he's my guy. Well, when you break bread with him, Salk, you have barbecue with him, you're picking meat, brisket out of each other's teeth with toothpicks. You kind of get close to a man. So, yes.
That does seem like something you would enjoy, picking.
No, it is
picking
interesting.
the meat out of someone's teeth with a toothpick.
It is that age-old dilemma that we chatted with Passan about yesterday. Do you want to face the better roster that's not playing as well, that's kind of, found a way to blow everything at the end of the regular season? Or do you want to play a lesser roster, a lesser talented team that does believe and has gotten over the top?
I think to me this one was pretty easy. Like, I think I'd rather play Detroit, and careful what you wish for, but I don't think the Cleveland roster is – I don't think either roster is great, and Detroit's been playing really bad. And it's really just Tarik Skubal. And if you can win tomorrow, you set yourself up. If you lose game one, you put yourself in a real hole knowing that they've got him lurking in game two. It's actually in some ways a potential advantage for them to have him in game two instead of game one. The disadvantage, though, is who they have to throw in game one, because it's not like they can throw their second or even third best pitcher. They've used those guys as well. So no Casey Mize, no Jack Flaherty. That's really the big one. If they had swept Cleveland and they could have thrown Flaherty in game one, Skubal in game two, Mize in game three, you're like, all right, those are their top three starters just in a weird order. Now you're talking about essentially a bullpen type game or a fourth or fifth starter here in game one. So the more I think about the series, Brock, the more this is just about starting pitching. And we'll wait and see how it all shakes out. But in trying to do the impossible, which is to predict what's going to happen in baseball, I do just find myself thinking more and more about the starting pitching. And as I've watched the first group, 11 games over the first 3 days of the postseason? God, starting pitching was at a premium. And the biggest split in games, I know you're going to talk about runners in scoring position. I'm not arguing with you at all. But on the other side of it is, does your starting pitcher go deep into the game, or do they get shelled and taken out early?
That's right.
Because there doesn't seem to be a lot of in-between.
No, not in the first wild card round. Now, does that change? And is these teams are better, right? As now you see the Brewers and the Mariners and teams that got a little bit more depth, and the Phillies throughout their starting rotation compared to some of these that you do see in the wild card. Yeah, it's fascinating Because if you do what you're supposed to do and you take advantage and all
Mm-hmm.
the pressure shifts to Skubal and like, well, you got to win. You got to win game two.
That's
you
right.
You got to be the stopper. And on the flip side, like, man, if we can find a way to do it, then all the pressure turns to the Mariners and you got to beat Skubal right? I mean,
Right.
it's just the beautiful
And you
madness of baseball.
You got to rely on the way your team was built. This team was built with pitching, starting pitching specifically. That is
so Logan's getting the ball tomorrow?
I got to assume Dan's going to make that announcement later today. And at 7:30, we'll go through some of the sound from Bryan Woo that is, I don't know, questionable. We can certainly kind of, I don't know, try to parse it a little bit, but team's built on pitching. Dan said it yesterday. He's absolutely right.
It's such an advantage to have the 5 guys that we do that start ball games for us, and we'll just kind of see how this thing rolls out. But you feel really good about who you're sending out there every single day, and you've got guys that have very valuable experience, and you got Logan who had 200 innings last year, so he knows what it's all about. Like guys that can compete, guys that know how to win, guys that can really sense the big moment. We've seen guys step up throughout the season, and George has thrown some really big games for us down here down the stretch, and he senses those big moments. And so it's all that experience that they've gained over the last several years. Having all of the group of those guys with that experience, I think, is going to be huge here going in the playoffs.
It's interesting to me, Brock, how the Mariners' biggest strength and biggest weakness are so closely tied together in a 5-game series. Their biggest strength, at least on paper, the way it was built, is their starting pitching. Their biggest weakness is the low leverage portion of their pen. Can we agree on that? At least the way it was designed. You could make an argument that the middle of the order has kind of become their biggest strength. But I guess my point here is if the starting pitching does, as Dan just said, what they're supposed to do, it's really hard for me to imagine the Mariners losing this series. If they go out and dominate and pitch deep into games and throw 6-7 innings apiece, it's really hard for me to imagine how the Tigers find a way to win just based on who they have, what their numbers are, who they're pitching, what this Mariner lineup can do, and scratching out runs or hitting some home runs. Yep. But if those guys have to exit early, either because they get lit up and you're down big or because they just throw too many pitches and it's they go 3 1/3, 1 or 2 runs, but then you got to get them out of there. Then what? You're talking about a lot of innings from Vargas and Hancock and other guys that I think you'd really rather avoid. And especially with some of the X factor of Bryan Woo, the unknown there, just we don't know how healthy he's going to be. The guy that you'd be counting on to go the deepest in games, which he did all season long, becomes a huge question mark. So what do you need to do? You got to pitch. You need Logan to be the guy that was supposed to start on game 1. You need George Kirby to be the guy that he was projected to be and that he was in the postseason a few years ago. And the same with Luis Castillo. Like, this series, to me, is all about those starting pitchers.
And those guys have pitchability. And while football and baseball are different games when it comes to the emotion and the passion and the crowd and the stadium and all those things that you pointed out yesterday, I do feel like after watching Logan and George for years, and even Luis to that extent, those guys like that stage.
Yeah.
They like that juice. Walter plays off of that. Furious George plays off of that. Luis's fist bump plays off of that. Like, I think those guys, instead of, ooh, this is a big stage. There's a lot of people watching. This is really loud, Mom.
You can't be a great pitcher. I mean, you can't even really be a very good pitcher if you're like that, right? I mean, can you think of a lot of like all-time, like just good ace pitchers that really kind of
shirked from the moment?
Yeah.
No, but I can think of a lot of pitchers that did feel some of their angst and some of their 5 and dive and
but
some
most of those guys were 4th and 5th starters, right? That wasn't guys in the top couple. I'm trying to think of like, I'm sure there's some out there and somebody will come up with them, but like no one rings off the top of my head.
Salk. How was Clayton Kershaw's numbers in the playoffs?
He's actually probably the best example. You're right. That's a good one. He's probably the biggest example of a guy that for whatever reason got into the postseason and just was not the same pitcher he was for the rest of the year.
Yeah. Gosh, and I can imagine all of those guys are so ready. If you and I and our audience are like so ready to play,
chomping at the bit.
Can you imagine what Logan and seriously Luis and George just pacing around there apart? Can we just get to the game?
I mean,
can we just get to Saturday?
Listening to Logan, I mean, I think he did make it sound like he was pretty happy to take a little bit of time off before getting into this.
There's no way around it. I know everybody goes through it, but we travel the most or one of the most every year, and it's all I've known here, so it's normal. But you take an East Coast trip, you're usually getting in at 3, 4 a.m. every time, and you take 5 or 6 or 7 of those a year. So it adds up. And I was just talking today, that's a big deal why we had the bye this week too, that we travel so much that I think having a few days or staying in Seattle for more than 6 days at a time, it's kind of a big deal just to get that break.
I was on foul territory.
That is a big deal.
I think he said that very nicely. Like, hey, it's not an excuse. We don't talk about it during the year, but am I happy to get a break? Yeah. Yeah, maybe we need it more than another team might because we just need to rest a little bit. I don't know. No rest for the weary this weekend, man. They're not going to be any resting in Seattle. Tomorrow evening is going to be crazy. Sunday is going to be just an epic day in terms of what's at stake. And we'll be here for all of it, man. It's going to be awesome. Just excited. We're getting you ready for games 1 and 2 of the ALDS. Brock, we've got extended pregame coverage all weekend long. Saturday, live Victory Hall right across the street from the park, 2:30 to 4:30 with Stelton and Charlie Furbush and John Morosi of MLB Network. You can also tune in on 710 and the Seattle Sports app and Seattle Sports YouTube. And then Sunday, going 2 to 4, same crew, Stelton, Furbush, and Morosi. That will be on 770. And also on the Seattle Sports app and Seattle Sports YouTube. Both shows lead up to the Mariners pregame show with Shannon Dreyer 1 hour before first pitch. Okay. I want to talk Bryan Woo. I'll play a little of the sound next, but at 7:30, Brock, I think I got to play you like all of it, and we got to figure out what's going on with Bryan Woo. I don't know whether they're being coy, if there's an actual problem, if I should just feel fine. I don't know. That's to come here. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the aforementioned Seattle Sports app.
Bring on the Tigers.
And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series.
And Saturday, T-Mobile Park will be rocket.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Mariners, Tigers. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shane Graphics reminds listeners 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Parents, please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Shane Graphics. Ideas transformed with precision and innovation. Family owned for 65 years. Online at shanegraphics.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought?
Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at MBAHealthTrust.com. That's MBAHealthTrust.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock, Mariners and Tigers tomorrow just after 5:30. That matchup now set in stone after Detroit got it done. They scored 5 times in the middle innings, finally dispatched with the Guardians. And credit to them, right? Cleveland was a tough out. But the team that led for most of this season came away winners in the short series. Here's how it ended.
1-2, the pitch. Swinging a grounder to first. Torkelson has it, takes it to the bag, and the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series, defeating the Cleveland Guardians in 3 games.
Anybody my age had to at least see the ground ball to first and have a quick Bill Buckner flash as it went down there. But a nice play made. And look, we're pretty familiar with this Detroit roster, right? The pitching staff is Tarik Skubal, but again, neither Mize nor Flaherty pitch deep into the games against a lineup that is a lot worse than the Mariners lineup is. And they're going to have to find someone to start tomorrow because those 3 guys aren't available. They're 2 big hitters. Carpenter and Green are both left-handed bats, so they can be neutralized late by lefties. If I'm pointing, I talked about starting pitching earlier, and that's still the number 1. But I would think Spire and Ferguson play a pretty big role in this series.
Yes, they do. And Detroit's played a pretty big role. The Detroit and the Mariners have played a pretty big role in each other's seasons the last 2 years. That it really was. I mean, I was at a great dinner at a nice restaurant over there with Jason and so much of the Detroit staff right after they sold at the deadline. right? And some of their management were like, wow, we didn't really sell. And honestly, it was almost like a brouhaha. Like, don't pull the wool over our eyes. You sold Flaherty. You sold like that. And then all of a sudden, they swept the Mariners.
Yep.
And Mariners went back to Detroit, took care of the Mariners, and it really was a springboard for their season. And this year, as Benetti said, you could point to that series before the All-Star game after getting swept in New York and losing that third game and losing a no-hitter and everything else, to come back before the All-Star break and to sweep them and to give the fuel to the organization to say, no, we will add. You get swept there, Salk. Do you trade for Naylor? Do you trade for Suarez? Do you
Probably
make
not.
those moves?
It may be a very, very different. I mean, who knows? I don't know exactly how that goes down, but it's a great question. Game 2 Sunday, 5:00. Then they'll head to Detroit for 3 and 4 on Tuesday, Wednesday. Possible Game 5 would be here on Friday night. Yankees rookie pitcher did better than the Red Sox rookie pitcher last night. Cam Schlittler was unreal. But then, of course, like all Yankee rallies, it's some little dinky bloop hit. God, I hate the Yankees. And then, oh, it's a double play ball. No, it's just outside the reach of the shortstop. Oh, it's an error by the first baseman. Bang, 4-0. That's it. They win. They go on to take on Toronto. Thanks a lot. Sure didn't want the early game tomorrow. Appreciate that for my own personal life. Cubs. Now, the Cubs played really well. Their defense yesterday, Dansby Swanson, oh my gosh. But, Lyle, I got to tell you, that call in the ninth inning that is wrong, man. That is a terrible call.
There cannot be a single person on planet Earth who doesn't want the challenge system. Did you watch that yesterday?
I did.
Did people watch that yesterday? My God.
That was pretty frustrating. And I'm not rooting for the Padres. I just that's not right. That's just a bad call. And that's the thing that I would love for it to take care of those pitches. I'm there. It's the ones that are like, whatever. Is it a strike? Is it a ball? And hopefully the challenge system won't be used on those, because you have to be worried that you blow your challenge for the big moments when you really need it. Times like that.
Do you see how the Padres reacted after the game?
There was almost a
they were mad.
I mean, they were ready to get in the umpire's face. I don't blame them at all.
That was a really, really bad call.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Rosters will be due tomorrow morning, Brock, and we still don't really know what this is going to look like. We'll get more from Dan Wilson later today, but Bryan Woo threw a bullpen yesterday. Here's how we sounded afterwards.
Positive day. I mean, still not, where I want to be in terms of game speed of everything, but in terms of how everything's progressed, happy with it. Considering a week ago I wasn't even throwing yet, and then a week from now, hopefully, we'll be in a better spot. So still just taking it day by day. But, in terms of looking at it that way, it's a lot of positives.
Yeah, I watched all 5.5 minutes of that in the dugout yesterday with the assembled press. I got some thoughts. I know we'll dig into it a whole bunch more here in 5 or 10 minutes. But the body language spoke more of,
all right,
yeah, I'm not probably involved in this series. Hope to be in the next one.
That is a huge difference from what I think we all believed was going to be the case. Hopefully he could get in there for games 3 or 4 on the road. We'll see. Also curious to see how they decide to utilize the bench. With the lefty and Skubal, you got to imagine, and Shannon said it yesterday, they would want Garver to DH in Game 2. So you probably are putting Harry Ford on the roster. Then what? Miles Mastroboni for defense over the kid, Cole Young? Do you want a Samad Taylor for speed and base running late in the game? I think that would be the direction I would want to see them go, probably more so than a Cole Young.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, and then finally, in the midst of all this, a couple of 3-1 teams at Lumen Field. Unbelievable on Sunday afternoon. No changes to the injury report for the Seahawks yesterday, Brock, so probably no DeMarcus Lawrence. Nicky Manwari should be active. But as for Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon, neither one practiced. Are you concerned?
I am. I'll hit on that in Blue 88 in some full detail, but yes. Yes, and Tampa's that had like 15 guys that did not participate, cut that about in half to having a bunch of limited participants, including Baker, who was full participant. He's gonna be raring to go. He is one tough sucker, and I do have some concerns of how this is going to continue to look defensively, and especially with more than likely without Julian Love on Sunday.
Baker Mayfield was back, full participant yesterday. Niners blow that big lead, but still came out on top in overtime yesterday, so they take down the Rams. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. It was interesting. Todd Bowles, the defense coordinator for Tampa, asked about hey, the Seahawks defense, not a lot of recognizable names, right?
I don't think they're recognizable to some people here. They're recognizable to us. They got 2 great defensive tackles inside with Murphy and Leonard Williams, and they got DeMarcus Lawrence. They got the corner Weatherspoon from Illinois outside. They got a very good group. They play fast, they play physical, and they play violent.
It is weird, though. They do currently have sort of like the best no-name defense in the league, right? It's not made up of stars, but boy, do they get after you. They get after the quarterback. They set the edge. They stop the run. They're physical. They take the ball away. It's going to be kind of
crazy about that Todd Bowles guy, Salky. I think we said this last year. He's going to be 62 in November.
Yeah.
That dude looks like he still could play.
He's good. He's a good coordinator too, by the way.
Oh, he
may
is
have been a little.
aggressive.
He may not have been the best head coach we've ever seen, but he's a pretty darn good coordinator. He really knows how to get his defense kind of going, and that'll be a little bit of a challenge. I'm sorry, his offense rather. That'll be a bit of a challenge for the Seahawks. Okay.
Yeah, what'd you read into that sound yesterday? Did you watch that whole 5 minutes too?
Here's what I would say, Brock.
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing as a big postseason series that doesn't have some drama. And we're about to get to it next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, your home for the playoff-bound Mariners.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
All right, if you're looking to stay away from Soto this weekend, let me recommend Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Perfect spot to watch all the action. The new sports bar is incredible. It's like 66 TVs, tons of great food, open air. It's got a whole indoor-outdoor deal. Just like I couldn't imagine a better spot to watch everything. And then, of course, all the fun that can come with big games like this. Yes, go to snocasino.com. Still only 30 minutes from downtown. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net. It's the final month to save 30% off an air conditioner or heat pump while supplies last at Day and Night.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Save 30% off an air conditioner or heat pump, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Call for details.
DayandNight.net.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR, and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo, and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th, and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
The holiday season is here, and businesses are hiring for all kinds of seasonal roles, from haunted corn maze staff to real bearded Santas. Skilled, experienced workers are in high demand and hard to find. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, the best way to find the perfect match for your role is on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's matching technology works fast to find top talent. No wonder it's the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
We've got a style of play no one wants to go up against. Big hits, that turn the tides in our favor. Noise that shakes opponents to their core.
That was 112 decibels in that last tackle.
Disruption is in our DNA.
It's intercepted! Seahawks ball! Interception made by Love!
Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football.
Right back, throws it! Touchdown! Touchdown Seahawks!
Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
This is where you hear your AL West champion Mariners in the playoffs. Seattle Sports.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Hey man, gaining weight, low energy, lost drive? It could be your testosterone. Revive Men's Health Washington helps men get their edge back. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations.
When men start treatment, it's not just their labs that change. You see it in their posture, their energy, and how they walk into the room. That's why I do what I do.
Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, what's up with Bryan Woo, Brock? What is going on with Bryan Woo? A lot of baseball conversation, even though it's a football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. He met with the media yesterday after throwing for a while through what amounted to some warm-ups, kind of bullpen-like, and then through to Harry Ford, who was just standing in there, and then I guess there were some live hitters at the end of all of that.
In the first blush, by the way, and Shannon tweeted it, it's like, actually, Woo is going to be throwing. Oh, he's on the mound throwing the hitters.
Which is good.
So at first blush, you're like, he didn't just do a 25-pitch bullpen with Pete Woodworth and everything else. He actually took that, I think felt good out of that, and then went to the mound. So I think the sense was, this is great news.
And
we'll
he did tell Shannon that he has thrown before. This was not his first time throwing off the mound.
No, I've touched him out a couple times. I would say that was the highest intent probably so far. But like I said, as long as we keep progressing, that's all I'm worried about.
All right, he just wants to keep progressing. Okay. So does he think he'll be on the ALDS roster?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put any assumptions out yet. I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm just trying to take it day by day.
Okay.
It's so weird.
Okay.
You know what this was a little reminder of? Is like every time those guys get on the mound, it's like getting in a NASCAR race car. Like, it just, we take it for granted. We're just like, of course they're going to pitch. Of course they're going to throw. Of course I'm going to do scout team quarterback yesterday, Salk. Like, the team needed me. Of course I'm going to get in there. And next week get in there and put my helmet on. And maybe Henry will, again, step on my ankle and totally cleat me and bloody up my shin. I don't know. And I'll have to yell at him like, Henry, please hold up so I can at least throw the ball and give the defense a look. I don't know. But each time they do put up, especially with all that Woo has been through over the course of his career with that arm, I think you almost hear like, yeah, I'm building back up, but I take nothing for granted. And each time out, my body's going to react the way my body's going to react.
It's
just isn't it kind of? Did you feel that way or no? Is that over dramatization?
I don't know. I don't know whether my mind went the same place yours does, just because we kind of come at it from different histories and perspectives, and to me, it's just not what I want to hear. I don't know what to tell you.
Yes.
Like, I get very nervous, and people know this about me. This is not new. This is 17 years of doing this together. Like, you know what I want to hear? Feeling pretty good. Bullpen went great. I'll see you guys for Game 3.
Grip and rip it.
Sounds good. Grip and rip it. Exactly. Let's go. Free and easy. I don't want to hear, like, okay, well, what are you trying to do out there?
Definitely cleared some hurdles, I think. With an injury like that, like, it doesn't just disappear. Like, it's still managing, still doing treatment and stuff every day to kind of flush that stuff out, and then still working on building the workload, and there's a bunch of different fronts to it, but I'd say everything's been progressing, and that's all I can really ask for.
So it's progressing, but like, I don't know where in the progression you're at. If you started at 0 and have to get to 100, are you at 10? Yeah, it's progressing. It went from 0 to 10.
Well,
or
they
are you
asked
at
what
90, and by next week you're going to be just fine?
They asked what the next steps were, and he was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
have to check in with the trainers and see how they thought this went. So,
Yeah,
everything's very uncertain.
Everything is kind of, was it positive?
Positive,
okay.
I mean, still not, where I want to be in terms of game speed of everything, but in terms of how everything's progressed, happy with it. Considering a week ago I wasn't even throwing yet, and then a week from now, hopefully, we'll be in a better spot. So still just taking it day by day.
All right, Brock.
In terms of looking at it that way, it's a lot of positive.
I know you're going to get to the body language in a moment. Let me just say this, because that does feel like kind of a negative take for me. So let me give the other side of this. The one thing we do know about Bryan Woo is that he has done a tremendous amount of work with mental skills coaching. And it is very reasonable, I think, to assume that this is the mental skills coaching coming out of him in this moment. Not to make a big declaration, not to say, yep, I'm 100% ready to go, bring it on, to just say, hey, look, it's a process, because everything is a process. If you're really deep into that mental skills training, my guess is for him, it's a lot of like, yeah, I pitch, I throw the process. If I do the process the right way, the results will take care of themselves, and I don't even worry about them. So there is an element of, I'm sure some of that comes out now when he's asked about it, like, hey, how are you feeling? Well, it's a process, because everything's a process. So there is a part of me that's very concerned.
Yep.
There is a small part of me that wonders if he's even going to be on the playoff roster for the ALDS. I would say the most of me thinks he's on the roster, but we'll see how deep into the game he can go and what he's going to look like. And then there's another part of me that's like, he's going to be fine. This is just him kind of going through his process.
Well, when he said a week from now, we'll see.
I didn't like that.
A week from now would be next Thursday, right?
Yeah, that's
would
leading
be
into Game
after
5.
4 games, right? And then
I don't like
gonna,
that.
Ramp up. And I think what you're speaking to from a psychology standpoint and is neutral, right? Just totally stay neutral. I'm not going to get too high. I'm not going to get too low. And I think neutral, the only time, and maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that you put your car in neutral now is a car wash. I think that's the only teaching Titus how to drive. I think the only
unless
time,
you live where there's snow and you got to push your car kind of out of the snow.
Maybe, yeah, but kind of Pacific Northwest in most spots, it's what is this N for? What does this even mean? Well, when you go in the car wash, you'll see that's about the only time you put a neutral. But for Bryan, trying to stay in that neutral and not be too high and too low, I will. What's the term when I put my thoughts onto him? I will project. I'll project here and say that maybe some of the body language and some of that's like, I'm so stinking pissed. I want the ball tomorrow night. Like I wanted to be the guy. I banked 190 innings, and not selfishly, but like I'm the bulldog. I'm the guy that wins game 1. I'm the guy that sets the tone. I'm the guy that's got the stuff. I'm the guy that's done it all year. And as a competitor, maybe you read it as negative because I can't be there for my team right now, and it stinks because I got a pick that just isn't right. So that's kind of honestly where it wasn't a negative, defeated, woe is me. It was I'm not where I want to be right now because I want to be on that mound tomorrow night leading my guys as the all-star of this pitching staff. What are you chuckling at?
Is it more of a woo is me?
Oh, my gosh.
Did that come from Elma? Or did that come from Oregon?
No, that came right from the back of this brilliant dad brain over here. It was more of a Woo is me.
Yeah, because
I think that's well said.
Because I'm
Rob.
him.
Yeah,
because I'm him, and I want to help the team.
Yeah,
and I don't get to do it because not my elbow.
But
right. But
so
my
would he
pec.
feel that way, Brock? If it's I can't help the team in game 1, but I can by game 3?
I don't think that gave me no vibes that he's pitching Tuesday. That gave me vibes of building up and being ready when
I don't like
I'm finally
This is a
ready.
big Colin Cowherd. I don't like that. Like there's a big element of it.
Am I wrong there, Lyle, Mora, Salk? Tell me I'm
No,
wrong.
I think that makes sense. Here's what I finally come away after having the discussion. As we've talked about, Brock, I can be a verbal processor. Sometimes I need to have these conversations verbally and listen and talk back and forth to kind of get to a point of view. After listening to Bryan Woo, after talking with you here for the last 10 minutes, here's what my gut tells me. He'll be on the postseason roster for the ALDS. They won't announce whether or not he's pitching.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to pitch at home in games 1 or 2. And you could make a pretty good argument that the best move was always to not have him pitch at home in games 1 or 2. That was, the other guys could use it more. They've had bigger problems on the road than he has this year. So you go with, let's say, Logan and either Castillo or Kirby in games 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see where you're at.
Yeah.
If there's an opportunity, if you're up 2-0, do you throw either Kirby or Castillo in game 3? Because if it works out, you still don't even need to pitch him until another week. You might be able to buy him a whole nother week of rest. And then if they lose game 3, do you then throw him in game 4 because you really don't want to use Bryce Miller in that spot, and maybe you've already used him in a bullpen role? That's kind of what my gut tells me, is that if you can get through without him, then you try to do it. But if you can't, then so be it. Here's the one problem. If he can't go, you have now lost Bryce Miller as a member of your bullpen.
That's right.
And as we've talked about, that was always one of the key components to, hey, look, they didn't go out and get that other arm they wanted to get at the deadline, but it's going to be okay because between Emerson Hancock and Logan Evans and Bryce Miller, they can really add to the bullpen. Well, unfortunately, Hancock did not turn into a leverage arm in September. Logan Evans has been hurt, and even then, I don't think they ever really saw him as like a leverage type of arm. And now if you can't put Bryce Miller in the bullpen, okay, you've sort of eliminated some of what made it okay that you weren't able to go do that at the deadline.
Yeah, welcome to this part of the journey, man. Welcome to what did Passan say about Cleveland that's just trying to scrap and put everything together and hang on time, and Detroit's going to have to do much the same thing. And if we're on Detroit Sports Radio, we're talking about, sheesh, we've exhausted all of this, and we flew all day yesterday, and we go out to this place. It's going to just be, Pearl Jam alive times 100. Like, what? Both sides are having these discussions. Help me understand this, just from what you understand and been around it and building up. And Lyle, you can weigh in on this as well, Maura. Like, if Thursday's workout was that for Woo, which was a 25 pitch in the bullpen, how do you feel? Can we take it to the mound? Not push to 100, right? Some simulated batters and then some live batters. But even to his point, never really getting to game speed. How realistic is it to go from that to starting game 3 on Tuesday? That feels like a reach to me.
Oh, you're looking at me.
I don't want to answer myself. I don't know. Brock, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think that without really, without the information that the trainers have, I don't think I would feel comfortable making that, answering that question based off of his answers to the media.
Okay. All right.
Anyone else?
Lyle's real quiet.
Lyle's avoiding the answer like the plague.
What, Lyle?
He doesn't want to answer this.
Lyle,
one.
usually
Lyle
you jump
thinks
in.
Lyle thinks the season's over because Bryan Woo isn't 100% healthy, right? Lyle's biting his lip right now to avoid being like, season's over. Might as well go home. Don't even play the games. Forget it. I told you this months ago. There's no chance.
He told me he may have had to repent again already yesterday.
God, Lyle.
Lyle.
Hey, but at least he's repenting.
And it was Yom Kippur. It's the perfect day for it. What a wonderful way to start. Yes. Come on, Lyle. Let's get it together. That's what I think, Brock. Here now, that again, some negatives, some positives, kind of going back and forth. Here's the best news of any of that. you have 3 or 4 really good other options.
Correct.
This is not you are not the Tigers, where if Tarik Skubal right now had a busted pec, you'd be like, all right, fold it up and go home. They're really there's no other real option. That's what's legitimizing their team and their pitching staff.
Yep.
Bryan Woo is not the one thing legitimizing the Mariners.
Nope.
The rest of their starting rotation is excellent and deep and always has been. The back end of their bullpen is still phenomenal. And this lineup is the best we've seen in a couple of decades wearing Mariner uniforms. So they do not rely on Bryan Woo as the be-all, end-all, only way for them to win. Heading into the year, he was your 5th starter. So, it's a big deal. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to minimize it.
Yeah.
But they have the horses to get through this kind of a problem.
Well, Salk, when you built this city on pitching and
Yes.
rock and roll, then yes, you're going to be just fine. And it's going to be rocking and it's going to be rolling and the pitching will be just fine. And Walter will get to take the ball like he did on the opening day. And he's going to get his opportunity to, just etch his name in history. That's the other cool thing about this weekend. I have people texting me, so I haven't heard from in 20 years.
Wow.
That are just like, I can't wait.
They want tickets? Just looking for tickets from you?
No, more of please talk about the Mariners. I'm all in. I've jumped aboard this thing.
They just need it.
And much like, Jay Buhner and Edgar Martinez, King Griffey Jr., and those guys kind of etched their name and put their name in Mariners lore and history for making a run to the playoffs and doing all that. These guys legitimately, you could hear from Bone yesterday.
Sure.
These guys legitimately have a chance to do something never done before in the history of this franchise. And you know what? You're the odds-on favorite. And then looking at the odds even out today in these first games in the division series, who's got the best odds to win their division series? The Seattle Mariners do. Who's got the best setup? The Seattle Mariners do. Who's got the toughest building to play in the second half of this season? The Seattle Mariners do.
Crazy.
And the ball is in Logan's hands tomorrow night. Come on now.
We've asked before, Brock.
Don't you? Heart.
That would be Starship, formerly Jefferson Starship, formerly Jefferson Airplane, led by Grace.
Respectfully, can we go a different route today?
If you need to, Brock just wanted to hear that.
This got such a Mariners vibe right here.
You have much more so than we've built this city.
Yes.
It's one of the worst songs ever made.
This got a Naylor, JP, Julio. This got the 2025 Mariners vibe. Thank you, Lyle.
It's got something, that's for sure. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
You know that song's about Cleveland? No, it's not. It's about San Francisco. What are you talking about? City by the Bay. What?
What?
What? It's not about Cleveland. Cleveland's where the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is, but we built this city is about San Francisco.
You sure about that? Like a hundo?
Yeah.
All right.
100%.
Hundo.
They're from there. There's San Francisco radio playing in the background. Marconi plays the mambo.
Okay.
All right. Question number 1, Brock. A bunch of guys did not participate at all yesterday for the Seahawks, including Devin Witherspoon, Julian Love, DeMarcus Lawrence. Any of them going to get a chance to play?
My gut says no. My gut says they feel, and some of that is how banged up Tampa Bay is. Some of that is your depth that has been thrown into opportunities for a couple weeks and played really well in those opportunities, that you're going to further risk with some of them if you try to ramp them up and go, Salk. Kind of like our old Bryan Woo there about staying in neutral and trust the process. And in this case, you're still in the first quarter of the season, so we're not going to rush DeMarcus Lawrence back. Even if it is truly day-to-day, we're going to make sure that thing is 100% like you are with that song, and he can practice, and then he can practice again, and then he can practice again. So there is no chance that DeMarcus Lawrence is going to play. Yeah, and these have been now some lingering things, and that's got me on a little watch with Spoon and Love. Neither of them have been put on IR, obviously. That would tell you that it's a more significant. It is a week-to-week deal, but it's a week-to-week deal that hasn't gotten right yet, right? Even with this mini bye, even with 2-3 extra days, still not gotten right. And for that reason, I think you're going to see some of the depth, and I won't be surprised today if we see all three of those guys as doubtful.
All right, question number 2. You get to watch Thursday night last night, San Francisco against the Rams. What jumped out?
Sheesh. What a blown opportunity for the Rams.
Right?
Holy cow. They just kind of kicked the game away and dropped passes here and fumble there and let Mac Jones just kind of get the ball out. Their defense played really, really soft. This whole shell defense, right, which is the whole theme of the NFL.
You like that. You're a big shell defense guy, right?
There's a lot of completions galore. It's like, well, Mac Jones isn't going to go on a 10-play drive. Well, actually he is, and he's going to keep getting the ball out and the ball out and the ball out, and you're not pressing, you're not playing man, you're not making him make real hard contested throws. Like if I'm on LA radio today, I'm kind of ticked because you really, in the division, gave San Francisco a leg up. They're 3-0 now. Right, they beat you, they beat Arizona, and they beat the Rams. So as much as I want to say they're dead and they're done and they're old and they're beat up and they look like the 15-16 Seahawks, which they still do, like Trent Williams isn't the old Trent Williams. Kittle is not around. McCaffrey doesn't have some of the explosion, especially in the running game that they've had. Their O-line is not good at all. But there they are, 3-0 atop the division, 4-1. And honestly, I think that was best case. If you want to win the division, I think that was a best case scenario last night. Put another loss on the Rams, right? Get them to 5-6 losses this year.
But you control your own destiny with the Rams. You don't with the Niners the same way.
You don't. The Niners actually have a pretty favorable because they weren't very good last year. So they have kind of a last place schedule.
Yeah, that one worried me a little bit. I don't know. I was sort of hoping for Seahawks that the Rams would win, but I think you could kind of spin it either way. Question number 3. What makes Tampa dangerous, Brock? What do we have to worry about on Sunday?
Yeah. Well, Greg Gaines' pec is in a little better shape than Bryan Woo's pec because he at least was a full participant in their practice. Very different size pecs, too, I think, between Woo and Greg Gaines, yes. What makes them hard is just to move, honestly, to move those guys. If the run game has had a hard time getting going, these guys are giving up 85 yards a game, one of the 3 best rush defenses in the league, and it's a pretty simple formula. Like those guys in the middle, and Vita in particular, you just can't block him one-on-one. So it immediately changes, again, all your math. Much like 4 beats 5, now when all of a sudden, like that one guy, every single play in our run game has got to take a double team, that means that guy singled up and that guy singled up, and how do we then get to Levante David and to their linebackers? And this is also a defense that is going to be some boom or bust. If you think this is the week where it's like, okay, this is a week, mini bye, we level it out, we have no negative runs, everything's going to be positive, this is the wrong opponent. Because they're going to hit you in the mouth. Bowlesy's going to blitz, and he's going to bring extra, and he's going to give you stuff you've not seen, and he's going to hit you in the mouth, and he's going to create some negative plays. But you got to have that stick-to-itiveness. I said it earlier in the week that the 2 teams that are undefeated in the league, Buffalo and Philadelphia, 4-0. You know where they rank in rushing attempts? 1 and 2. You're in the top 10. You're not getting great average. Doesn't matter. Keep running the football. Run the football 30-plus times, and you're going to be 4-1 coming out of Seattle on Sunday.
All right, there we go. That is today's Blue 88. A lot of confusion with all this music here. Google says it's about L.A. It's not about L.A. It's not.
Sure?
It's about, yes. I'm positive it's
I don't
about
know,
San Francisco.
Salk. It feels like there's a lot of other...
It's a lot of misinformation.
A lot of other
out there.
inputs.
Yeah. It's about San Francisco, City by the Bay.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Which one, Mr. Rager?
No,
or
I don't
we
know
built the
anything
city on
about
rock and
Mr.
roll?
Rager. Now I'm being told that's about Cleveland, which is fine. I'm good on that. I don't know anything about
Mr. Rager's about
I
Cleveland?
mean, that doesn't make any sense to me, but I think is Kid Cudi from Cleveland?
He is.
So there you go. Maybe it's a ode to his hometown. I don't know. I don't know all the lyrics to Mr.
Well, they're
Rager.
out now. We don't have to worry about the Guardians.
Something that said in Complex Magazine, Kid Cudi said that it's about someone who's tired with reality and looking for thrills and excitement by any means.
Well, that sounds like Cleveland. I'm tired of the reality of the city I live in. I'm looking for any type of thrill and excitement I can find. That does sound like it's a song about Cleveland. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
But We Built the City on Rock and Roll is about San Francisco.
Well,
of course, it's Jefferson Starship. We all know that, folks. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Yeah. Like, what?
So maybe that texter was confused, not about, the rock and roll, but about Mr. Rager. And why do we have anything about Cleveland on our show? Who cares about Cleveland? Cleveland is out. Cleveland is done.
I know.
And if this is what Julio and JP and Naylor, and this is what they're getting behind, and this is what they're rocking to, and this is what they like, then you know what? Let's
Here's
jump
the good
aboard.
news. Thankfully, the Mariners are not rocking out to We Built This City. That song is awful, and only you could bring it up today, Brock, because there's no other reason for us to play it. We'll be right back. It's going to be a crazy weekend. What's on the line for the two teams in town? We'll tell you next on Brock and Salk.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a fourth straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailalarm.com today.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Too many breakup songs getting you down? Put a little bossa nova in the playlist. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Get a good-to-go pass to save $2 every time you use it, and on other toll roads in Washington.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this, and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people, and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there. And it was cool because you got to take them through, and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with. And so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is The Lee Johnson Auto family.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hand.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, what's at stake? What's on the line this weekend as the Mariners and Seahawks play both in Soto? It's going to just be a crazy, crazy weekend for the city of Seattle. What's on the line for each of them? I spent some time thinking about it. Obviously, regular season versus postseason, it's not quite the same thing. I get that. But just trying to think of a way to kind of bring both together. And for the Mariners, if I try to just look at look at it from, what's your phrase, 30,000 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Trust. That's what's on the line for the Mariners. Trust. The trust of their fan base.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do you believe in them? Is there trust? If they go out and wet the bed this weekend, lose 2 games, and then go back to Detroit, and then they're in it's hard to trust them after, everything they did in September, and then you start looking at it and saying, like, you didn't
maybe it was playing those lesser teams,
right?
And yada yada yada.
Yeah, you start
maybe
to
this lineup is still boom
right.
or bust, and
they've been asking this city to trust them for quite some time, and honestly, they've delivered on a phenomenal end to what was a really bizarre, crazy, super fun season. And obviously, this is what really counts, what you do in the postseason element, because they're trying to get somewhere that they've never been before. So they need to play the same level of baseball. It would be great to see them win both games here. That would be ideal. But splitting would be understandable, given that Skubal goes in game 2. But you got to show up. I mean, Lyle, you said game 1's a must-win. I won't say must-win because I think you have an opportunity to still go out and beat Skubal the next night. But you want to win both these games, and you certainly really want to split them. So, yeah, I think trust is very much on the line for the Mariners this weekend.
I think that's a great word, and I'd put legacy right next to it. Like, this is your chance to have a legacy. The very few players that have ever put that uniform on for this organization in their 50 years have been able to say, yeah, we got to an ALCS. Yeah, we ultimately got to a World Series and do something never done before. But it starts like now. Like, you got to take this step. You got to win these first 7 games to get yourself to a World Series. But, man, you've set yourself up. Right, and Buter and I were texting a little offline as well. Like, man, they put themselves in this position, right? You have put yourself in this position that really only the 0-1 team put themselves in. Mm-hmm. And then they, unfortunately, couldn't get all the way to that mountaintop. In this American League, you've got the opportunity to do so. And you get a chance to make a legacy. I was looking at, they were showing the highlight back in 2022. Do you know what Cal Raleigh was hitting when he hit that home run against the A's to end the curse and send the Mariners to the playoffs? He was hitting 207. I don't even want to look at his strikeout rate. It wasn't as if he was what he is now, but he made that mark, right? He left that moment. He etched his name in Mariners history, and guys are going to get those same opportunities because that's the soil you're in when it comes to playoff baseball.
For the Seahawks, Brock, it's a little harder to say because it's week 5 of the season, But I guess the word I would use is respect, maybe a little bit more around the league. We played that sound earlier of
Stanford Steve and SVP.
No, I was going to say of the Bucks coach, Todd Bowles. Like, hey, you guys may not know who they are, but we do. Like, there's some respect on the line. There's some national recognition on the line. They're starting to get noticed. But, yeah, I would say that's the biggest thing. They can't really prove that much in Week 5. But I would think that Tampa's the best team they've played so far, and they would certainly be the best team they've beaten so far. It would set them up for kind of the middle portion of the season, and getting to 4-1, that's pretty different from being 3-2. Like, that is a different sound to it. It puts you in a different category of team, I believe. Instead of the guys hovering or teams hovering around 500, it starts to open it up a little bit and open up possibilities for the middle part of the season.
Yeah, and this isn't like last season's 3-1 start where it was rookie Bo Nix making his first start, where it was Jacoby Brissett, where it was Skylar Thompson. This is still names. I mean, this is Brock Purdy, $50 million guy. This is Aaron Rodgers, future Hall of Famer. This is Kyler Murray, $45 million guy, and Spencer Rattler thrown in there. But this is by far the best quarterback you're going to face this year. And an opportunity against a really good quarterback to do what you didn't do at home last year against Jordan Love, against Matt Stafford, against Josh Allen, right? When you face the upper crust and tier 1 or tier 2 guys, you didn't make their life as hellacious as you did on those other guys. You have made life hellacious on all 4 of those QBs this year. Baker likes to extend plays. Baker loves to pull the trigger. Baker is hair on fire, aggressive guy. And you got a chance, because I think their O-line is a little beat up as well, and you got a chance to impose your will on him and force him to, and he'll throw you the ball. He will put the ball in harm's way. He's got more of that gunslinger than just about anybody in the league, and it'll be a really cool test. And, oh, by the way, to do so in front of your 50 greatest players in franchise history.
Yeah, it should be a really fun weekend. So that's what I saw in terms of what's on the line for the two teams to come back.
Trust and respect, huh?
Trust and respect. I mean, two really important features in life, wouldn't you say? And obviously there's more, and when we come in Monday, we'll have a better idea. But that's kind of what jumps out to me this morning. 2 other points. One, I want to play some sound here from Tarik Skubal. I think you'll find this interesting. Before I do, just because this is driving me crazy, I'm just going to read you these lyrics. Guys, this is from the radio announcer, and We Built This City. I'm looking out over that Golden Gate Bridge. That's not in L.A. That's not in Cleveland.
Focus on.
I'm looking out over that Golden Gate Bridge on another gorgeous sunny Saturday, and I'm seeing that bumper-to-bumper traffic. It's your favorite radio station in your favorite radio city, the city by the bay.
Yes. Okay.
The city that rocks, the city that never sleeps. They're talking about San Francisco.
Why are you talking about this song, okay? It was voted the worst song ever by publications like Blender Magazine and named one of the worst songs of the 80s by Rolling Stone.
It's one of the worst songs of all time. But it's about San Francisco, not Cleveland, not L.A., not New York. It is about San Francisco, the city by the bay, looking out over that Golden Gate Bridge. Not the Brooklyn Bridge.
100%
not the L.A.
facts.
River Bridge.
Facts.
Come on.
You settled the argument. It's 100% over.
I'm
Now
done
move
with
on.
you.
Move it along.
All right, let me play you the sound from Tarik Skubal. I'm sorry. We just need to clear that up.
Move it along.
Here's Tarik Skubal asked if he's had any thoughts about facing the Mariners. You would assume he would just say, yeah, whatever comes next. I don't think about that.
Yeah. I've already done that. I mean, you prepare. Everyone prepares different. I threw a bullpen this morning, so just going through some things that I want to execute against those guys.
Thinking about them in particular.
Oh, yes, of course.
As he should be.
Seattle U guy, man. Like, the hometown guy getting to come back, and he knows what happened. His first start was fluky, by the way. You go back, he was still pretty darn dominant, and there were a couple little things here and there, and we talked about the lineup being entirely different then than it is now, and it is. So what he had to prepare for then is, even before the All-Star break, different. There was no Naylor. There was no Suarez. Right, it was a different crew. Dom wasn't playing the role he is. Probably won't see Dom, but yeah, of course
Against Skubal, right? Yeah, I don't think we will. Yeah.
New, but of course he's thinking about the Mariners, and of course he's thinking about righting the wrong of 2 bad starts, and one of his worst starts of the whole season was against these Mariners before the All-Star break. So Yeah, but you know what? That's neither here nor there. That's Sunday, Salk.
That's Sunday. You got to get through Saturday first.
Got to take care of business Saturday.
Well, I don't even know who's pitching tomorrow. I mean, like, I would love to prepare you for that matchup, but neither team has announced the
Would you
starting
be in
pitcher
any
yet.
way shocked if it's Luis?
No.
I wouldn't either.
No, I mean, I'd be happy if it was Luis.
The way he's pitched his last 4 times out, the way he's commanding his stuff right now, the way he's done it at home.
So there's so many different ways you could spin this, right? Do you go with Luis in game 1 for those reasons and then try to match up with your best pitcher at his peak against their best pitcher in game 2? Right. Do you go with Logan in game 1, who you think
Luis
is your best,
2?
and then say, hey, Luis, give me the best you got, go deep into this game, and at the very least, don't hurt us against Skubal, and we'll see if we can get to the bullpen late.
Who Steph plays best in Detroit versus Seattle?
See, I mean, of all the cities for them to go to, isn't Detroit probably your best option for your rotation? It's one of the best pitching parks in the game. It's not T-Mobile, but it's sure not going to Colorado or Houston or Fenway or Yankee State. I mean, like, it's a really good pitcher's park. Detroit is one of the best pitcher's parks in the game. So I don't know that it matters as much in this series as it might in the ALCS. You get an opportunity. I don't know. This is an interesting one. We'll find out more today. Dan Wilson's got his press conference a little bit later this afternoon. Sunday, of course, the biggest day in Soto in years. Seattle Sports got you covered for every minute of every game. Mariners on 770 and the Seattle Sports app. 3 hours of pregame coverage starting at 2. First pitch at 5 o'clock. Seahawks on 710 and 97.3 FM. Also available on the Seattle Sports app within 50 miles of Seattle due to the NFL rules. So pregame coverage starts at 10 a.m. Kickoff at 1:05. It's going to be insane. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited to watch it all. I'm excited to come in on Monday and talk about it all. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Bring on the Tigers.
And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series.
And Saturday, T-Mobile Park will be rocking.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Mariners, Tigers. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. The spouse says, "Thank you. I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought? Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle. What are you doing? Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners, Tigers tomorrow, 5:38. Brock, really excited for this series. We've been waiting on it now for a week, waiting to find out who it was going to be. And, of course, yesterday it was decided as the Tigers finally are able to get past Cleveland. Those two teams played, 9 times in 15 games? Between 6 of the last 12 in the regular season, right? Yeah. And then 3 more in the postseason. They played 9 of their last 15 games against each other. And finally, Detroit won the ones that mattered most and were able to dispatch with Cleveland. Do it yesterday, and they had to use all 3 of their top starters in order to get through the series. Good news for the Mariners, because none of those 3 guys will be able to go tomorrow. We'll wait and see who they do decide to start. But pretty familiar with that roster, right? Tarik Skubal and Casey Mize and Jack Flaherty won't be available until games, 3 and 4, and both of those guys did not pitch particularly well in the postseason. Neither went deep into the game. Offensively, Kerry Carpenter's a really good hitter as long as you're throwing a righty. Same with Riley Green. But both those guys can be either taken out of the game or at the very least neutralized by good left-handed pitching. A.J. Hinch does not hesitate to take either of them out of the game. So good thing you got 2 lefties. And I wonder if they may even have 3 lefties in the pen in order to try to turn those guys around.
I know it would have benefited you in your life schedule tomorrow to play the early game. I kind of like the later
Oh,
game.
of course.
I kind of like let everybody get down there, let everybody build up, let everybody just kind of build and build and build, and 45,000 in there, and making sure those Tigers that had to travel across the country and wake up today and try to put their lineup and their rotation and their bullpen together for whatever they can throw tonight. Feel the full force and full throat of the Seattle Mariner fan base. I kind of like the late pitch tomorrow.
Yeah, it's better for just the entire vibe of everything. There's no doubt. I as I said, that was just a personal thing with my own schedule. From the Mariners' perspective, this is absolutely the way to go. It also would have been nice to see the Yankees eliminated. They're just an obnoxious group of people, and seeing it yesterday with just, the little dinky. I texted my dad. I said, every Yankee rally in history has included a dinky hit. He says, I'm in the shower. I'm not watching right now, but I know what you mean, and of course you're right. It's like, yeah.
I love that chapter of your life is over, that the Boston chapter is long over. But yet, when these two teams play, it stirs it all.
Has nothing to do with those two teams. The Yankees against anyone.
No, nothing. No, not
Brock,
at all.
It is the Yankees against anyone.
You too, Maura, right? Less. No, it doesn't have any effect on your life.
I think you know that 2013 pretty well shook me of any remnants of fandom I might have had for the Boston teams.
True.
I really hope they both lose. I was hoping, honestly, if that had been a possibility, I would have been all in. Go Toronto. But the Yankees are just despicable, and their ability to win with those chintzy little hits is just obnoxious. Oh, we got Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton and all these home run hitters. Cool, how'd you win? Oh, a little fisted nubber off the end of the bat that just fell in between three guys. Typical Yankee garbage. Just the absolute worst.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I hate them. I really do.
Yes.
Sorry.
Guess what? We know.
Did that come through a little bit? I've been waiting to get that out here for a while. I'm a little concerned. I think we all are about Bryan Woo and what that's going to look like for the ALDS. He was, I don't know, less than positive, less than confident about what his status would be. Hey, are you optimistic you'll be on the roster?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put any assumptions out yet. I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm just trying to take it day by day.
I would like an assumption. I would like an assumptive positive that you're going to be on the postseason roster. How did you feel after throwing the bullpen?
Positive day. I mean, still not, where I want to be in terms of game speed of everything, but in terms of how everything's progressed, happy with it. Considering a week ago I wasn't even throwing yet, and then a week from now, hopefully, we'll be in a better spot. So still just taking it day by day. But, in terms of looking at it that way, it's a lot of positives.
Yeah. Nerve-wracking, right? Yes. It is not confidence-inspiring. He is not General Patton leading us to victory here. Hopefully that's just him being cautious and using that neutral mentality, Brock. In terms of the roster, assuming they do end up going 14 position players and 12 pitchers, is there a guy or two that you would really like to see on the bench for the team?
Not necessarily. Kind of my feelings about Mitch Garver and big moments, and even kind of what he did versus Skubal this year, which I think was 0 for 9 with 7 strikeouts. I'd sure like to have some versatility, and so I think you have to have Harry Ford on the roster, right? I mean, I think that is just with the way that I think AJ and Detroit will try to want to play the game, play the cards. You want to have as many as you can on the other side. So that's the only one that would be pretty surprising to me if he is not on the roster today.
In terms of, so you're going to put Rivas on, and then you get probably one more bat.
Was Samad Taylor that effective stealing bases in Tacoma?
He stole 40-something bags.
So he's that elite.
I don't know if he's that elite. I mean, I don't know if I would say he's like, this isn't bringing up Billy Hamilton, but he did steal 40-plus bags.
Yeah.
So my choices for you would be Cole Young, Samad Taylor, or
Mastroboni.
Miles Mastroboni. Who do you want? Lyle? Brock? Who do you want? Mora? Give me a name.
Mastroboni will steal you a bag, too. So
Can.
Yeah. Probably not Williamson. He didn't put that on there. I think that would feel like a bit of a reach, and I think Gino can rise to the occasion.
I don't see how Cole Young factors into that. For me, it's Samad Taylor or Miles Mastroboni. I'm tempted on Samad Taylor, but obviously Miles Mastrobuoni was a much bigger part of the season this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
No changes to the injury report for the Seahawks, but we are starting to learn more and more about what the Bucs will have available. According to Rick Stroud in Tampa, no Bucky Irving, cornerback Jamal Dean, cornerback Benjamin Morrison, safety Christian Islin, and wide receiver Mike Evans. So that's a pretty hefty group. Not going to be able to play.
5 legitimate starters. Both corners, elite pass-catching running back, obviously borderline Hall of Fame wide receiver, probably Hall of Fame receiver. Yeah, that's a lot. Now, you're going to be down, I think, 3 starters as well. I said this earlier, my gut doesn't expect Julian Love or Spoon or DeMarcus Lawrence to be up. So it's not as if you've got all 22 to their 15 or 16, but that's a lot of firepower, a lot of opportunity, and just how aggressive can Todd Bowles be? He wants to be an aggressive guy, play a lot of man-to-man coverage. Down that many dudes in his secondary may change some of those plans a little bit.
All right. Niners blow a big lead, still come out on top last night. They take down the Rams in
You would have
overtime.
loved watching Mac Jones, so
he was pulling a Roethlisberger, huh?
Oh, he was
Look at
down.
me. Look at how hurt I am.
I thought he was unconscious.
Wow.
He got hit in his knee, grabbed his knee, and then he laid there motionless. Like until we went to commercial, and then they show him after the commercial, and he jogs off like the old New York Knickerbocker coming back on the court in the second half. Like it was amazing. Yeah,
Willis Reed?
Yeah, Willis Reed moment right there.
Wow.
Big time.
Paul Pierce, Willis Reed, Ben Roethlisberger, and Mac Jones.
Paul had to be carted off for different
Well, that's not what we thought in the moment, though.
Yes.
That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
You got a little poo-poo pants.
Yeah, thanks. I don't think we need to get into the details of that. It's disgusting.
Well, maybe not everybody knows that.
But whether they do or not, like, there's just no need to say that.
You can feel what I can feel, and that's so many new people, new listeners
Yeah,
out
so
there
please,
that are tuning
let's
in.
use bathroom talk at 8:25
I just
in
said
the morning.
poo-poo pants. That's
Stop
not even-
it. That is
What?
enough. I'm putting my foot down. Adam Amin is calling this series for Fox, so I guess there's some controversy around that. But he will join us next on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Bring on the Tigers.
And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series.
And Saturday, T-Mobile Park will be rocking.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Mariners, Tigers. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Where you hear Cal's quest for the MVP.
Goodbye, baseball, number 50 for Cal Raleigh.
Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
And now, tales of another way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. It's tolling now, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good-to-Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, rolling along here, Brock and Salk, on a Friday, Football Friday, in theory, of course, which is powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, but also a ton of baseball conversation. It is going to be an epic, epic weekend here in Seattle, specifically in Soto. We're going to talk to Adam Amin here in just a minute, who's calling these games for Fox. Just to let you guys know that we are getting ready with all kinds of extended pregame coverage all weekend long. Saturday, live from Victory Hall, right across the street from T-Mobile, 2:30 to 4:30. Brock Stelton's going to be out there. Charlie Furbush is going to be out there. And John Morosi of MLB Network and Fox also going to be out there. You can tune in on 710, Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports YouTube. Sunday, 2 to 4 with Stelton and Furbush and Morosi. That's on 770, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports YouTube. All leading up to Mariners pregame show with Shannon 1 hour before first pitch. Speaking of the YouTube page, it's a great way to interact with the show, to watch the show, and you can see many of our guests like Adam Amin, who joins us right now. Good morning, Adam. How are you?
How do you feel about the newsroom? I don't think I've really. I feel like maybe we've talked about that before.
Good, not great. I would say good, not great.
Good.
Sports
Good, not great.
night would be sort of a lot higher on my list. Yeah.
Oh, we're doing this, are we? We're doing this. We're doing this.
I wanted to knock that out first. All right, I wanted to get that out of the way, and then I wanted to make sure I was pumped up for Valor tonight. I know it's a big game tonight against an undefeated team, so I'm wishing you luck. Yes. And we got that out of the way.
Okay.
Yep.
And I want to make sure I said hello to my friends and the things that we care about tonight, and then we'll talk some ball.
So, are you here yet? When do you get into Seattle? You're calling the whole series, right?
Calling the whole series. So coincidentally, I've never called a game at T-Mobile Park in 13 years of doing Major League Baseball. I've never called a game at Comerica Park in Detroit. These are two of like the 4 ballparks that I still had on my checklist. So I mean, again, personal thing, I'm thrilled for it, but I know how epic it's going to be this weekend, and I'm very, very excited for it.
How's that possible? 13 years. Is that because the Mariners haven't been the main show at Fox? Is that maybe some of that over the 13 years?
Something to do with it.
I think that's part of it. The first Major League game I ever called on television when I was working at ESPN was a Mariners game, but it was in Los Angeles. It was against the Angels. And I think I've called one road Mariners game with Fox, and that's it. This is the first time I get to walk into. I remember I used to do NFL games for this, for national radio, and when we'd park to do Seahawks games, we'd park on that parking garage near the stadium, near what's now Lumen Field, and you could look into T-Mobile Park when we would park on the top of that parking garage. And I always thought, man, that place looks awesome. I'd love to get a chance to do a game. And you just assume, well, I'm sure at some point we'll get a chance. I'm sure they'll send us there for some game or some assignment. It just has never happened, and now we finally get to do it.
I think this is going to be a little better than like an April Wednesday against, the Guardians. Like this is going to be off the hook. I mean, it really is going to be crazy with the Seahawks playing Sunday and the two Mariner games, and even the Sounders play Saturday night. It's just going to be a complete zoo all around there. Outside of sort of the personal element of getting to see it for the first time, what jumps out to you? What are you looking forward to with this series?
Gosh, I mean, I especially Sunday is my assumption, and we know none of this yet, and we're going to figure it out, obviously, as today goes on and more so tomorrow as well. But how the pitching matchups are going to line up, if we're leaning towards Tarik Skubal pitching, in his old stomping grounds, so to speak. He loves, obviously he cares a lot about Seattle. My guess is he's going to pitch on Sunday in Game 2. And as soon as we know that for sure, we're going to be building up every time Cal Raleigh comes to bat against Tarik Skubal. These are two of the elite players at their positions, in their positions, their roles for their particular teams. You saw what Skubal did, obviously, the other day. The storyline of Skubal being a Seattle U guy, but being beaten by the Mariners twice this season. They're one of the few teams that have beaten Tarik Skubal twice. He had that great stretch. I think it was like 16 starts where he went 10-0. And the 2 losses he suffered on the top end and back end of that were against the Mariners. So, they've played him well. Luis Castillo's pitched well against him. I think the pitching for Seattle is something that sticks out in a big way, especially, considering when, if at all, Bryan Woo is going to pitch in this series. But to see Logan Gilbert, maybe Castillo, probably Kirby, this has been the identity, the main thing. And I know the offense finally took the uptick this year, and Cal had a ridiculous year. But the pitching has been the identity of this team for the last few years, going back to when they finally made the playoffs in 22. So, it's not as good of a rotation in terms of numbers. It hasn't been as consistent because of the injuries this year relative to last year. But those are the things that are sticking out to me for the Mariners in particular.
Off the top, I just happened to look it up. Do you know what Cal is against Skubal in his career?
I don't have the numbers. What do you give it to me right now?
Two for 9 with 1 home run.
That's okay.
2 for 9, 1 home run. It was a 2-run shot, and he struck out 3 times.
So just the buildup of that, because it's not just that first at bat. It's the buildup to, well, how is he going to do it the second time through? What adjustments do we make? And this is what happens in the postseason, because every pitch gets magnified, right? And we call games differently because every pitch is magnified. We have to back off a little bit, and we can't get too far into the weeds on any one particular thing, because the pitch is the thing. I've called 1-0 games before, and it's just the one pitch might be the one. So the magnification, the weight that is going to be on each of those at bats is huge. And then I want to see what does this team do with the expectation because this is the first time it feels like, and you guys please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just the general sense that I get. 3 years ago when this team made the playoffs, it was like a fun thing. It was like, oh man, finally they made it. Cal Raleigh, walk off. You know, they're going to the postseason for the first time in 20 plus years. And it's like, all right, that was a great game. They lost the Astros. I know that was an awesome 18-inning game, but okay, whatever. They finally got back. Now let's make it happen. The last 2 years felt a little bit torturous to miss out by a game, to keep missing out. This doesn't feel like a cute story to me anymore, like just watching the Mariners. They feel like in what I think is a wide-open American League and, frankly, a wide-open playoffs, this feels like a legitimate contender. This isn't a cute story, I think, for people, and I want to make sure that when we hit the air on Saturday, that might be one of the first things we say to try to introduce the team again. Say, this isn't a cute story. This is an expectation of victory, and this is one of the favorites, I think, out of the American League to make a deep run and maybe make the World Series for the very first time.
Yeah, they're not the kids' table. You know,
Yep.
Julio was a kid. Cal was a kid. Logan was a kid. They were all young, right? Julio's rookie year, and that was a kids' table. Now you're at the grown-ups table. Now you are the odds-on favorite to win the American League. Now you are a team that everybody around the league is looking at going, geez, that could be a World Series contender. Nobody was necessarily looking at that. The pitching was that elite in 22 to get you there.
Sure.
But this feels so adamant. I think you nail all of that. When you say, Salk, like all of that is spot on.
100% accurate.
Yes.
I think if you opened with that on FS1 tomorrow, I'd be like, yep, 100%. That's where they're at. We said earlier, it's an opportunity for, what's at stake for them this weekend. I think there's an element of trust from the fan base that has bought in and come back. And after some real valid frustration the last couple of years, said, all right, I'm going to give you another chance. This team is built a little different. There's a little bit more offense than we've seen. There's a little more veteran quality at bats than we've seen. The pitching staff obviously has been really deep. Like, they went for it at the deadline, and from everything you hear, ownership was a big part of that as well, pushing to go get more and more, and went out and got those two guys, Naylor and Suarez. So yeah, I think they've asked the group, the fans, to trust them. And now you got to go out and deliver. There's absolutely more pressure and more expectation on them than there was a few years ago.
And Cal's probably at the forefront of that, right? I mean, he's the one that called out ownership a couple of years ago and, was like, hey, sorry for saying it, but I don't apologize for saying it.
Yeah.
Right? Like this,
and also the guy who signed the contract before this year, effectively supporting ownership and management and saying, hey, yeah, we've had our differences, but I'm willing to sign because I've seen the plan and I'm ready to move forward with what they want to do. So, yeah, I think you have all of that incredibly accurately.
I don't think we get enough of this when it comes to playoff time, because we love seeing the Yankees in the postseason. I know networks love seeing the Yankees when they get them. That's fine. That's all well and good. That's appreciated. I like seeing superstars. I want to see Ohtani. I want to see Judge. I want to see Harper. I want to see these guys. But in the American League, where it is more wide open, I don't think fans know much about the Toronto Blue Jays. Why would they, in general, unless you're a hardcore baseball fan? Like, the sum of the parts of the Blue Jays are really, really good. The sum of the parts of the Mariners are really, really good. And I think there's more star power than people realize in Seattle. It's a really likable team. Like, Cal Raleigh is an incredibly likable superstar. Julio Rodriguez is an incredibly affable guy, an easy person to root for. Suarez is the prodigal son, it feels like, and that's a great story to be able to tell. Josh Naylor's got a chance to knock out the team that eliminated his brother from the postseason. That's an easy, hook for people. Like, this is a very easy team to get invested in, and I think that's what makes it. Again, I love a great matchup. We had Mets-Phillies last year, rivalry, all that. That's all fun, and it has its own sense of excitement. This has a different feeling of excitement, and I think for us as baseball broadcasters and guys who do this job, the storytelling aspect of this is really entertaining. And then the atmosphere on top of all that is going to be the most, one of the most electric that you're going to see in Major League Baseball.
I don't know how you go about your work each and every week in football and baseball and basketball and all the things you do. But for me, Adam, it was always fun, especially when I was in the SEC, to fly into those markets and I'd immediately find their local radio. I needed to listen to it. I needed to hear it because those guys are living it, breathing it every day of their life. Kind of like we have with the Mariners, really, over the last month and a half of this season, as they have just taken us in, our audience in, everybody in. We know our team. Tell me about this team from Motown coming in, because it was wow. a fall and a pitfall unlike anything we've seen through the month of September, but it's all zeros now. It's all level now. They win a series. Talk to me about the Tigers coming into town.
I think this past week is the ultimate reset button, right? And I know that you can make a lot of arguments that, well, if they had just stayed or maintained or even had a mediocre second half, and let alone a collapsing September, if they were just average for the last 2 months of the season, yeah, maybe they would be sitting in a bye. Maybe they would have had the best record in the American League, maybe even baseball, and maybe wouldn't have had to grind through a series against Cleveland. That's a fair assessment, but this is probably where they were going to end up. It was probably going to be a series like this where you're going to have to take on a team with a good atmosphere, with a really good offense. This is probably where they were going to end up. So I think winning that series against Cleveland, getting some offense in Game 3, that's the ultimate reset button for A.J. Hinch. So now he gets to play around with – you got to play around with the rotation, and that's the one disadvantage, the main disadvantage I think teams that come out of the wild card have. You have to be a little bit more judicious about how you use your bullpen and how you manage your starters. But I don't think there was much about this team that screamed they were going to win 100 games. I think they were probably closer to being a 90-win team than an 87-win team. But if you talk to some of the folks around the Tigers, and I had a chance to talk with both, our buddy Aaron Goldsmith about the Mariners and our friend Jason Benetti about Detroit. JB was telling me the other day that, they probably got a little over their skis. I think it was weird for them to deal with some success. I think they probably thought because they dealt with adversity earlier in the year and were able to bang through it, especially at the end of that first half, it felt like, all right, well, we'll be okay. And it's a younger team too. I think there's a lot of similarities between the roster construction for Detroit compared to Seattle. It's a bunch of homegrown kids that got some playoff experience last year, get back to the postseason now, try to use the experiences they had a season ago and against Houston and against Cleveland, and to try to parlay that into, all right, we've been here before. How do we now deal with the adversity? That's a hard collapse over the course of 2 months, but they also dealt with injuries. They didn't have Reese Olson. They didn't have Colt Keith. Like, these are key players over the course of a season that contribute, lengthen your lineup. The way we talk about Suarez and Naylor, the biggest thing they did for Seattle is make 6 and 7 in the lineup harder to deal with, right? When you take guys who are hitting maybe 4th and 5th and you slot them down to 6 and 7 and bring in Suarez and Naylor, who can now set up the middle of your order, that lengthens the lineup. That's the biggest thing I think is a problem for pitching staffs in the postseason, is how long is the lineup? That's what the Padres ran into. Even with all their velocity out of their bullpen, they ran into Cubs lineup length that hurt them. They got some stuff from the bottom of their order, turned it over to the top, and they got the pitching when they needed to. Detroit didn't have a very lengthy lineup for a good portion of the season. So how do they manage that? A.J. Hinch is going to change the lineup as often as he can. He doesn't like putting out the same lineup day in and day out because he wants pitchers to have to think about it. He hit for Riley Green during this playoff series. Riley Green's your best hitter, and he pinch hit for him in a late game situation. I don't even think it was necessarily to generate something huge. It might have just been to make Dan Wilson think, all right, is he going to hit for this guy late in the game? Like, you're trying to strategize your way. You're trying to find advantages in any capacity you can when you have dealt with the type of adversity that they have. But when you win that series, you hit reset. And now it is, as you guys accurately said, it's 0-0. You can kind of get back to some of the structure that you wanted to have. You go back out on the road, just like you did in Cleveland. That's something that I saw with Philadelphia, or with the Mets last year against Philadelphia. They had this long road trip. It bonded them a little bit. So this is going to be a hungry young team that has some playoff experience, similar to what we saw with the Mariners a couple of years
I am
ago.
a little curious about that managerial matchup. We're talking to Adam Amin, who's calling this series for Fox, starting on FS1. First 2 games will be on FS1 Saturday and Sunday. We did get a text here, Adam, saying, I love this guy calling games. I remember when he called the Seahawks-Steelers game. I liked it. He also has a pretty sweet broken nose look.
Yeah. All right. Well, since we do have the magic of our screens,
we're on YouTube here. Let's see.
I'm gonna look straight into the screen. And
Yeah?
if you guys notice, it's not straight. This would be straight. This is just tilting off to the right a little bit.
Did you get popped?
I got popped when I was like 8 years old, but it wasn't anything that was like I would think about it. I've always thought, like, all right, at some point, maybe when I have the money, or when I have like a little bit of security, maybe I'll go to a doctor and get something fixed up. I've got a deviated septum, so I've never been able to breathe out of this nostril since I was 8 years old. But
who's the kid
it's
who
got
hit
some
you?
character.
Who's the kid who hit you?
God. I got hit with a butt of a baseball bat, like right with the knob of a bat. It wasn't like an aggressive, angry thing. I think it was just I was rushing through our dugout on the third base side, and I got hit in the nose, and I don't even think I even realized how bad it was.
Wow. I thought it was a fight.
It's got character. I hope that's what they told me for 20 years.
He says it's pretty sweet. Yeah, the texter seems to like it.
The girlfriend's happy. The partner's happy. She thinks it's like, don't change anything.
I mean,
that
on
gives
TV.
me a lot more. It's like, yeah,
You're
I got
a
a little
TV
character.
star, for God's sakes. Hey, so tell me about this matchup between the two managers, because it is, AJ's done this a lot, and the one thing you can't help but notice as you watch all of these baseball games throughout the postseason is the way the pitchers, especially starting pitchers, are handled is in no way similar to the regular season, and it's guys either going longer than they would in the regular season, and that seems to be the star pitchers, Skubal and Crochet and others. And then the other side of it is guys who are like, oh yeah, 3 1/3, see you later, we're good, even though you've only given up a run or so. How do you think the two managers play a role in this series?
I think a lot of it has to do with the bullpen confidence. And, that's one thing I think the Mariners have that maybe other teams don't in this postseason is a solidified, legitimate 7, 8, 9 or back. And I do think Dan's going to be a little bit judicious at times to say, hey, if I need Andres Munoz in the 7th or maybe in the 8th inning, I won't be shocked if that ends up happening. If you got your highest leverage at bat, if you got a Riley Green coming up, or you got Carpenter or whatever it may be, you got runners on, I won't be shocked if Dan goes to, a Munoz earlier than we're used to seeing. But that's something that the Mariners have that a lot of the teams around baseball don't. That's a strong back-end, solidified 7, 8, 9 group. And the Tigers have had to do it a little bit more by committee, and they've had to have Will Vest at times. And Tommy Kahnle has had to close at times. And we saw Daniel Palencia of the Cubs, who's typically been a closer, and I know he's dealt with injury. He came in like the 5th or 6th inning a couple of days ago for a high leverage spot. So I do think these managers are going to be very much about matchups and leverage, but I think the confidence in the bullpen and knowing what to expect from your starting pitching is going to help. It's very starting pitcher dependent. Like if you have Skubal, I know you can't always assume it, but your expectation is going to be, well, I'm probably going to get 6, maybe 7, and if he has the opportunity to go further, he's going to go. It's, do you have trust in that guy to stay out there? Carlos Mendoza of the Mets is very much like a gut feel guy. He's always said, like, I want to leave my guys out there if I feel like they're set for it. Every manager would prefer to start an inning clean for a reliever if they can, and that goes away a little bit come postseason. I don't think it's going to be too wild from Dan, but I do think some of these leverage matchups that may pop up over the course of this series and beyond, if they advance, I do think you will see Munoz maybe pitch a different inning than the 9th. You might see Brash have to come in for a matchup at some point, maybe late or earlier than we're used to seeing him than the 7th or 8th inning. I think that's where it's going to kind of play more of a role. I think AJ Hinch is going to do whatever he can to piecemeal it together, because outside of Skubal, it's a bigger question mark just about every player, every pitcher that he throws out to the mound to start a game.
I might be wrong on this, but I don't think I will be. Adam, you've been in a lot of places, a lot of venues. I think you and I even called a spring game in Clemson at one time in our life together. Not that it was anywhere near what it's going to be Saturday night. 1991, the Rose Bowl. I remember walking through the corridor and out into the stadium, and it was like one of those aha, like, oh my gosh. I remember Monday night, my rookie year in Green Bay, same thing for warm-ups, like, oh my gosh. The fact this is your first time in 13 years of broadcasting, I think you're going to step into that broadcast booth Saturday night or whenever you get there, and you're going to feel something that is pretty unique in baseball. And if it's different, please tell me otherwise and text me otherwise. But you're going to feel 46,000 people that want this so damn bad, that want it so bad and have wanted it for 50 years bad and have never had the odds and the table stacked the way it is in this way. And I will be really curious. And if you wouldn't mind, shoot me a text at the end of the night going, yeah, you're right on that. Or, well, it was a little underwhelming, man. I'm a little jelly because I think you're going to have and be set up for an unbelievable scene.
I don't think it's going to be the latter. I don't think I'm going to walk out of there and go, I was underwhelmed. Because, Seattle's been one of my favorite places to come to since I started covering the NFL. Just one of my first games I ever called was a Jets-Seahawks game after a 5.5-hour drive overnight from from the Palouse after doing a UCLA Washington State game. I feel like you probably made those drives too a couple times. I just remember that game immediately getting a sense for like the fan base in this city and how passionate they were, even though they hadn't felt at that point the level of success they'd eventually feel from football. I know the WNBA, has a lot of success here. I know soccer's been very successful, but I think there's something about the history of this franchise to go back to some of the great moments in the 1970s and to see some of the struggles in the 80s and to see the especially for somebody like me, people of my age, late 30s, we were obsessed with the 1990s Mariners. We were obsessed with Ken Griffey Jr. We were obsessed with Jay Buhner. And to think like Edgar Martinez was this incredibly high IQ hitter, and now he's running the show essentially for this offense. And, you have great stories strewn about this city in its sports history, but this to me feels a little bit different. Part of that is the romanticism I feel for this game, for the sport of baseball. Part of it is the electricity that comes with doing a playoff series. But I think the combination of those things, along with the fan base that I've enjoyed getting to know a little bit, in my dealings on the television side and radio side, coming to Seattle all these years, I do get the sense that this is going to be a little bit different. The apprehension of 22, I think, the one game that you got, granted it was the price of two.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of apprehension and a lot of nervousness, and I think it was a little bit of a different feel. I agree with you, Brock. Just getting the sense for this place, it's going to feel different on Saturday, and I hope the game matches that electricity.
Pretty cool. Well, again, more text. Stoked you guys have Adam Amin on this morning. He's awesome. Matt in Oregon weighs in. It's weird how Salk just assumes everyone has people who have punched them in the face, just like everyone wants to punch Salk in the face. So a lot of text coming in. Very busy text line, Adam. Seriously, thank you. Enjoy it. Should be a blast. And it's going to be beautiful out and just a really cool environment in Soto this weekend. So thanks for spending some time. Hopefully we can chat again next week and enjoy yourself. We'll talk soon.
Appreciate you guys very much, man. Thank you.
All right, there you go. There's Adam Amin from Fox Brock, and he's got the broadcast on FS1 tomorrow and Sunday and all throughout this series.
I think I got a little emotional right there.
Did you?
I did. My eyes kind of started to well up right there talking about the fan base.
Wow.
And wanting this so doggone bad. And I even said the D word. Wow. Yeah, I'm kind of.
You okay?
I don't know, man.
You gonna go to church a couple times tonight? Check things
football
out.
Games. I got football games tonight, a big one. Yeah.
Maybe just listen to some Mr. Rager. We get you in the mood. There it is. You could see Adam there on YouTube, and in fact, we're going to show you and play you some of the most important comments made to us on YouTube this week. Stick around. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 54, Bobby Wagner, linebacker, one of the finest of his generation. He set just about every tackling record that can be set. He was the heart and soul of one of the best defenses to ever play in the National Football League.
The Seahawks go for a fourth straight win, hosting Tampa Bay Sunday before the 12s. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Ryan Rowland-Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at MBAHealthTrust.com. That's MBAHealthTrust.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought?
Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Open enrollment for Medicare is coming up. Are you ready? Herb Weisbaum, the consumer man here. Get organized early with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit from the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Order your free copy today at insurance.wa.gov.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward and Marcus. Sorry about Mike
Eward. Not exactly Joe Kath there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our week, Brock. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, and of course, a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It is football. It is baseball. It will be your phone calls coming up in a half hour at 9:30 as we end every Friday with that, although I guess we didn't get to do it last Friday because we had, Mike McDonald during that time. But in general, we like to end the week with your phone calls, which should be pretty fun this week. And
you think we're going to hear from that guy in Waitsburg? I bet we do.
I hope so.
Yeah, I bet we do.
I think that's important.
Which is, is a little north of Walla Walla.
Yes.
Now that we all know where Waitsburg
that.
is. Also, be a little careful before we get to all of our YouTube sound here because Molly's listening on the app. She's like, oh, I just, the playoffs and everything. Like,
Whoa.
I just remembered how easy it is to listen on the app.
First time in
just
a decade plus, I think Molly's been listening.
Just be careful.
All right, well, I appreciate
be
that.
a little leery right now.
And she's got the in-laws coming in this weekend, so, I mean, maybe I understand why she's listening, wants to make, All right, every week now we've been starting this to chat through and play you back some of the great guests we've had over the course of the week, especially the regular guests. And all of this stuff can be found on the clips on YouTube. Go to the SeattleSports.com YouTube page, and I'm just looking at it, man. There is so much cool stuff. There's Passan, there's previews with Jason Benetti, Joel Klatt, Daniel Jeremiah, Mike McDonald. All those clips are right there, and that's just ours. There's also Bump and Stacy stuff and Wyman and Bob stuff, general stuff from the station. It's all on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, and that's who sponsors For You in Review. And I'll start off today, Brock, going all the way back to Tuesday. Daniel Jeremiah talking quarterbacks and specifically what they know they're going to be facing with this defense here in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think in terms of guys in their prime, I mean, you'd have that was like the Mount Rushmore of current quarterbacks that you're going to face in the league. But the fact is you handled all of them. And that, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure when they're doing their advanced scouting report and looking ahead to this opponent, like, gosh, you can see, just watch tape. They're getting hit. You're going to get hit.
Yes.
But, Baker will be a great test because he got hit last week too. Like he almost, in a weird way, I think that kind of gets him going a little bit. So I think this will be even, Brock had been paid and had the year that he had last year. I think this will be easily the biggest test they have.
Yeah, and Baker scrambles, and he runs around, and he creates, and he stands in the pocket as tough as any dude in this league, and I'm excited to see it. I've told you before, Salk, it was 1997, yes.
Okay.
Nebraska came to town, and I remember watching that game tape in particular as much as any in all of my lifetime going, why isn't anybody open? Why isn't anybody running the ball against them? And why is Grant Wistrom and Mike Rucker hitting the quarterback on every play? Like, oh boy, this is
I'm not enjoying this at all.
No, buckle up.
Yeah.
Every other team, like, oh, there's a weak link. Oh, there's the weak guy in the herd. Oh, yeah, we're going to run the ball on them. Oh, yeah, we'll handle them. That was the one group that was like, this is not going to be a lot of
I'm
fun.
excited to see them get out. I like Baker. Big fan of his. Wanted him to be the quarterback here a few years ago over Geno, and he certainly turned himself back into one of the better players in the league. So that should be an interesting one. Jason Benetti also joined us this week, and as the Tiger broadcaster throughout the year, we have to ask him what the heck happened to this team now that we're going to be seeing them taking on the Mariners starting tomorrow.
And I think part of this is they're a very young offense, which I think leads to pitchability. There are some specific places that you can throw some of those young hitters. And I think the league figured that out at one point and still has, when it's going well, this offense is great. But there are times when they struggle to make contact. And we've seen that in the Cleveland series. I think part of it, too, is the bullpen just wasn't as good as it was last year. And
did you see some of Lyle's numbers on the Tigers in the second half that he sent over? We went through this at 6:00, but 21st in runs scored, 19th in OPS, 17th in home runs, 20th in batting average, 30th in stolen bases, 19th in walk rate, 28th in strikeout rate. Like, they just haven't been very good, Brock.
Yeah, and I think both offenses, to be honest with you, share some of those traits. Like if you throw,
But the Mariners aren't 17th in home runs.
No, they're not. Nope. And they have guys 1 through 9 that will punish
and they're not
those
30th in stolen bases.
Understand?
I mean, they've got some more significant problems than the Mariners do, I think.
Yes, they do.
And I think you get some of that from Benetti.
All their stars, aside from Kerry Carpenter, just aren't hitting. There are 3 all-star bats this year, all OPS under 700 in the second half. Green, McKinstry, Baez, all OPS under 700.
That is
got to keep it that way. Got to make your pitches.
All right, back to football. Joel Klatt joined us on Wednesdays. He does every Wednesday and agreed with something we'd heard a day earlier from DJ that Darnold's just playing some really good football, and it comes down to a word we don't use that often: calmness.
But I would echo what Daniel said, and Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business, and just in terms of evaluation. I constantly listen to Daniel about what he says, how he says it. And when he says, like, calm in the pocket, that's so important because it tells you a lot about what's going on upstairs for a quarterback. That means that the game is slow for him. He understands what he's looking at. He's comfortable with his personnel, and he's comfortable with his own structure. All of those things lead to calmness in the pocket. And when you play calm, you play on time. When you play on time, you play accurate. When you play accurate, it leads to yards after the catch. These are all dominoes in quarterback play and in football.
I mean, Sam's doing it at a level you could say better than anybody in the game right now. On that level, right? The efficiency level, the ball out, the not taking sacks, the calm within the storm. He is, man, it's been quite a eye-opener the first 4 weeks, and hopefully that continues Sunday afternoon.
Finally, Passan joining us yesterday, a little out of order. Normally we catch Jeff on Tuesdays, but with the challenge of the playoff schedule, Jeff was with us yesterday. And I know people sometimes get mad at Jeff for jinxes, but he is feeling very confident in this Mariner group.
If I'm the Mariners right now, I feel pretty good going into this series. I feel like this is a roster that can win a World Series, and I'm not sure that there's anything that's going to, especially in the division series round, going to dissuade me from that. You know, once we get to the LCS, I think it's going to be a little different. Toronto, New York, and Boston, whoever among those three emerges from that, is going to be a much more talented team and a much more dangerous team and a much better lineup.
Mm-hmm. And I think in this one, honestly, back to those numbers you rattled off with Detroit in the whole second half of the season, and they're all-stars struggling. Like, you can win these games in more ways than Detroit can. And end of the story, over 5 games, not a one-game deal, but over 5 different games, or 4, or hopefully 3. Like, you have a way to steal bases. You have a way to play, add-on. You have a way to hit home runs. You have a way to pitch. You have a way to close things out. Like, you have more ways to win games than they do, and I really hope that shows up this weekend.
All right, great stuff, and you can find all of that on YouTube. There's tons of great clips, full interviews, live shows, all on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, and then that's a great way to interact with the station this weekend with all of the games and all of the extra pregame show stuff. You can find it all at the Seattle Sports YouTube page. All right, quick break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. We're going to find out more in terms of what this matchup looks like later today when Dan Wilson and I think AJ Hinch end up meeting the media, and we'll find out who the Game 1 starters are. So that's coming up later, but we'll give you guys everything you need to know next. Then we'll take your phone calls. Don't go anywhere. We got about 50 minutes left today. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Bring on the Tigers.
And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series.
And Saturday, T-Mobile Park will be rocking.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Mariners, Tigers. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Too many breakup songs getting you down? Put a little bossa nova in the playlist. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Get a good-to-go pass to save $2 every time you use it, and on other toll roads in Washington.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better. Better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Home of your American League West Division champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Georgetown License reminds listeners 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Parents, please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Georgetown License, taking care of all your vehicle and vessel licensing needs for over 30 years. Online at georgetownlicense.com.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready for a big one. The James D. Murphy Company brings you the huge Marysville Heavy Equipment, Contractors Equipment, Trucks, and Vehicles online auction. And bidding is underway now. On the auction block, 10 excavators, including a 2021 Komatsu PC88MR and a 2018 Komatsu PC238, a 2017 Komatsu WA320-8 wheel loader, a 2003 John Deere 770 OCH motor grader, plus 4 backhoes, 3 reach lifts, and 4 boom lifts. There's 5 dump trucks, including a 2015 Peterbilt 367 Super Solo and 2 Western Star quad-axle roll-off trucks, and much more. Preview all equipment Tuesday, October 7th and Wednesday, October the 8th, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville Yard, 3803 136th Street Northeast in Marysville. Get all details now at murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, man, I am pumped for this weekend. How could you not be? This is what you dream of as a Seattle sports fan, and just on a personal note, as a Seattle sports talk show host. I don't know how you don't get just over the moon excited for what is to come here in Seattle this weekend. Mariners, Tigers will kick it off tomorrow night. First pitch just after 5:30. The matchup is set. The Tigers found a way finally to put away the Guardians, who were a tough little out for them, and they played 15 times in the last... I'm sorry, what?
9 times
in the last 15 games. Thank you. Yeah. I have my own stat messed up. Just an amazing back and forth in that series. And really, I thought throughout the postseason in general, the wild card round were really fun to watch, Brock. All of the games, all of the matchups, short of even the blowouts, ended up being sort of tense and fun to watch late with the Reds and Dodgers. So I think we're in a really, really good place in terms of where baseball's at. And now it's time for the Mariners to go do their thing. One thing that they've done very well is just find a way to come together as a group. Jay Buhner mentioned it yesterday. I think we saw evidence of it the other night with essentially the entire team together at the Kraken preseason game. Dan Wilson explains how that came to be.
Turned out to be an awesome evening. What kind of started out as a small event, turned into a big one, and can't thank the Kraken enough for opening the doors, and a lot of their hospitality was incredible last night. Seeing Julio on the Zamboni was pretty cool. I got to admit, very, very cool moment to see him going around on that. But just a great time for the guys, coaches, families, to get together, and that is one of the benefits of this time. And we've talked about this group a lot, just the love they have for each other and what they've been through together. And those kind of nights are really a great example of just celebrating each other and enjoying each other's company.
It really doesn't matter the sport, right, Salky? Whether it's youth hockey, whether it's Major League Baseball, every one of them wants the same thing, a sisterhood, a brotherhood, that you really enjoy the people around. Like, you want to lay it on the line for them. It hurts you to lose as much for your brother or sister as it does for yourself. And we don't know all of it. We're not privy to every bit of it. But the optics we do get to see of this team, be it at Husky Stadium for a Husky game with a half dozen of them, the majority of the team at the Kraken game, they like being around each other. And it sounds really simple. And you wonder, well, isn't that every locker room? Isn't that every clubhouse? Actually, no. No, it's not. And when you got it, it can be a pretty special thing.
No doubt. Game 2, of course, will be Sunday, 5 o'clock, and then they'll head to Detroit for games 3 and 4 Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, and a possible game 5 here Friday night. Not that I'm looking for a game 5. You'd sure like to kind of take them out. And
how's the sisterhood feel on this young hockey team? I know it was strong last year, right? That group?
Well, we're learning, Brock. They haven't played a game yet.
Oh, okay.
Hey, we're still learning what that's going to look like. Their
game
first game tomorrow,
right?
Yeah, we'll see how they do. There's some good kids.
You got quite a weekend, don't you?
Yeah, a pretty good weekend. Yeah.
Game 1, game 5, game 2. Woo.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to it all. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be a really, really great weekend. And the Mariners are going to be right there in the middle of all of it.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I think we know Bryan Woo's not going to start game 1. Doesn't look like he's going to start game 2. The question is, will he be available for games 3 or 4? He threw a bullpen yesterday and afterwards sounded... I don't know. I'll let you decide.
Positive day. I mean, still not, where I want to be in terms of game speed of everything, but in terms of how everything's progressed, happy with it. Considering a week ago I wasn't even throwing yet, and then a week from now, hopefully, we'll be in a better spot. So still just taking it day by day. But, in terms of looking at it that way, it's a lot of positives.
I don't know, every time I hear it, I feel a little iffy.
Day by day, by day by day.
How you feel after hearing that? Iffy, right? It's just a little iffy. I hope he's okay.
I think
because obviously a big part of what they're trying to do.
So tomorrow morning, the roster is solidified.
Yes.
This afternoon, we'll know who game 1 starter is. But tomorrow morning is the deadline for actually knowing who is on the ALDS roster.
Yeah.
He better be on that roster.
I think he will be. I would think he will be almost no matter what. I don't know how they would be totally able to know that he's not available yet. But as for whether or not he pitches, and I do wonder whether or not it changes according to what's happening in the series. If they're up 2-0, do you try to get through game 3 without him and hold him back for game 4? Maybe. I could absolutely understand that if you could give him an extra few days of rest.
Day by day.
Yeah. On the other hand, pitchers really like routine, so trying to figure out the best way to make this happen. That's what Dan Wilson and Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander and the rest of the crew gets the big bucks for, and they're going to have to use it all of the information, all of their combined resources to try to figure this out by tomorrow morning.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, Seahawks gear up for a battle of 3-1 teams tomorrow. They're a little beat up, certainly in the secondary. It looks like we'll find out. But Julian Love and Devin Witherspoon both did not practice again yesterday, so I think some concern there. DeMarcus Lawrence almost certainly isn't going to be able to play. Positive news, though, I'm really excited to see Nick Eamon-Worry again. I know we only saw 4 plays in the first week, but I don't know. He made a nice play in one of them, so he's got a pretty good percentage going right now.
So what's all that look like? Is he a big nickel? Is he going to try to play a little bit of safety if Julian Love can't go? How do they mix and match all the different components? This probably means Rick Woolen's going to have yet again another massive opportunity. I hope he has a great game. I hope he absolutely blows up and picks six and, changes some of that narrative. But I would be surprised as we sit here right now that later this afternoon we don't see those three guys you mentioned there, Spoon, Love, and D-Law, as all doubtful to play Sunday.
That would be a huge bummer. Bucks, though, also very, very beat up. Couple of cornerbacks, safety, wide receiver, running back. Like, they are kind of a walking wounded unit. But Baker Mayfield was able to get back on the field and was a full participant yesterday in practice. Finally, Niners blew a big lead, but finally won it in overtime. So I missed the overtime. I'm sorry. What happened with the fourth down? Because afterwards, Sean McVay was really taking the blame himself.
Thought about maybe trying to draw them off sides. I took one. They took the other. And it was a poor decision by me right there. But, you give the Niners credit. They made enough plays to be able to win the football game. We had plenty of chances throughout this game. We stayed in it. We fought. We battled. But there's a lot of things that we have to be able to clean up, and a lot of football left. But I'm pretty sick right now. I'm sick of the spot that I put our group in to end the game. But, hey, these are the tough beats that you got to be able to learn from and move forward, and that's what we're going to do.
4th and 1, kick a field goal to continue to extend overtime. San Fran kicked their field goal. Or do you try to win the game and go for it? And then ultimately he's kicking himself because he probably didn't like the numbers in that run game call and putting it into a 4th and 1 run and getting stuffed.
Yeah, well, hey, took accountability. That's for sure. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk show. Been giving you guys a ton of information about what the station's going to sound like over the weekend with lots of extra stuff and stuff on 770 and on 710. Seattle Sports app and YouTube are often like the easiest way to figure all of that stuff out. I should also mention, for those of you trying to figure out getting down to the parks this weekend, so special event service on Sound Transit Sunday, as you know, is going to be insane. So if you can use public transit, do it. Special event service on the N line and S line from 11 p.m. through 8:30 p.m. on Sunday for the Mariners Division Series and the Seahawks game. S-Line trains will depart Lakewood at 2:11 and depart King Street Station 45 minutes after the game ends. N-Line train will depart Everett at 2:45 and King Street Station 45 minutes after the game ends. So just wanted to give you guys that info. If you're able to use Sound Transit, if you're able to use those S or N lines, that would be pretty helpful, because it is going to be quite the little mess down in SoDo with just a huge crush of people. All right, we're almost done today, Brock. Let's open up the phone lines as we do. 866-979-3776. The world's your oyster, guys. This is as good as it gets here in Seattle sports. What do you want to do? What do you think of Bryan Woo? What do you make of the Mariner roster and some decisions that they'll have to make? What's the key to this series? How do you go beat this Tigers? How are you feeling about the Tigers? How do you feel about the Bucks and where the Seahawks are at 3-1 and a chance, I think, to kind of put themselves into the upper category heading into the middle of the season if you can beat Tampa on Sunday, or whatever else is on your mind? We'll open it up. 866-979-3776. Your call's next on Brock and Salk.
Be the first to hear from Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald the morning after every game on the Mike Macdonald Show.
Good morning, Coach. How are you? This thing on and ready for you.
The morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
Being in front of the 12s is going to be a lot of fun. Trying to bring everybody together so we can push in the same direction.
Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com. It's the Mike Macdonald Show, only on Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready.
Get ready for the workday.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. And the spouse says, "Thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Do you have a car you want to sell, but you just don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people just aren't comfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without having to sell it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half that profit with you. The question I get most from friends and colleagues is, well, what's the catch? How can they offer this? It's actually super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you rather than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but look, if Wayscar Ford can pay the same or more as competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with their customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. WayscarFord.com. Check them out today, WayscarFord.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event this Saturday, October 4th through October 19th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
from the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, huge week so far on the Brock and Salk Show and on Seattle Sports in general. Going to be an even bigger weekend, and then next week could be just taking us to new levels, new heights. Really looking forward to seeing everything that goes down this weekend, Brock. Get the phone lines open on a fellow Friday here. It's a football Friday, and of course powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. But we'll turn it over to you guys, whatever is on your mind. Unsurprisingly, full phone lines, and we'll start with Kevin, who is in Kent. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, boys. Hey, I'm calling in because I'm going to both games this weekend. I am going with my wife, who moved here in 2002, has been a die-hard Mariners fan from day one when she moved here, and has lived in misery for the last 23 years. So we are stoked, baby. We're pumped.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. I mean, anything you're looking, anything specific you're looking forward to?
I got one more thing for you.
All right, please. Yeah, give us something.
I got one more thing for you.
Good.
All right. So you asked Mike McDonald, why are footballs flying longer on field goals? So along with the new dynamic kickoff rule, they also changed the rule for footballs. Right? You can now condition the kickoff balls, right? The kicker balls. So I guess they're making them stickier. They can do different things to them. So that's why you're seeing like the knuckle kicks, that kind of stuff. But I think it's also why we're seeing the balls fly longer.
I mean, that would certainly make sense, and I've heard that. I've heard that theory before. Thanks for bringing it up. Nice. I think we can probably find bigger topics for today, but I'm with you. I like
the kicker ball in the NFL.
I think
you don't want to spend some time on that.
Not that much today.
Okay, all right.
But it is. Thank you for pointing that out. That is true. That opens the line 866-979-3776. I'm assuming that will just fill right back up, and we'll go to Aaron in the Couve. Good morning, Aaron.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, first off, real quick, I want to let you guys know we built this city on Brock and Salk, okay?
Wow.
On Brock and Salk.
Wow. Yeah, that's nice to hear.
I'm bringing it today.
Good.
that
could be a Here's the Thing song next week. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh, yeah, well, I don't know. Warren never picks my Here's the Thing, so I don't know. Anyhow, brother, it's a late confession, guys. I had no idea you guys were even doing those on Monday, okay? This is for Brother Brock. I might as well say Pastor Brock. I don't know. Yep. Okay, so not only did I pick the Mariners to barely make the playoffs, we're talking like squeak into the wild card. I picked them to lose in the wild card round to the Astros. That probably would have been my best pick. I feel terrible saying that, but that's it, man. I mean, it's a terrible confession, and this is all though going back to pre-trade. I mean, I got to say it's the trade that brought my faith back.
The trade deadline and kind of everything they did I mean, look, it should. And just digging in and hearing more and more about what went on behind the scenes at the trade deadline, they did kind of push some chips into the middle of the table there, right? To quote, was it Jim Fossil who once said that about the Giants, right? Like there was an element of like, hey, we're going in. This team's good enough. We haven't done it every year 100%. Not to say they haven't worked hard at the deadline, but this was an opportunity to really commit to this group. And with getting Josh Naylor and getting Eugenio Suarez and the attempts that they made to go get Duran Duran, they went after it, man. They went after it as hard as they could.
Salk, you've used the word trust today. This is a kind of trust tree, build the trust, earn even more trust. Think about some of the trust that has been earned this year. Signing Cal Raleigh to that contract, and he's gone out and earned that trust.
Yep.
This roster that said, add to us at the deadline, and we will pay it off. And in the final 60 games in the month of September, in particularly, paid off that trust.
I'm surprised at you, Brock. I thought you would use one of your favorite words there.
What, earned?
No. That's not usually what you say about trust. You don't usually talk about earning trust. What do you usually talk about?
I don't know.
See, I'm worried if you're thinking it's too political now. You usually say engendering trust.
Oh, engendering trust.
Right, but I thought maybe gender's just become too political, so you didn't want to go there. You were a little nervous about that.
It can be confusing, but no, they've engendered that trust for sure.
I mean, I know sometimes we can veer off, and I thought you were maybe trying to make sure we stayed away from any difficult topics today.
And let's hope this is the third and final payoff into this playoff run to earn that trust you've talked about.
Let's go to Josh in. Oh no, what did I do? Hold on, I might have hit the wrong. Did I hit the wrong thing? Hold on, I think I might have hit the wrong. Hold on. Josh in Maltby. There we go. Josh, good morning.
Fellas, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I have to publicly apologize to my wife for this Mariners season because of my emotional instability. Okay? I might have had a therapist or two, never had one in the past. So I'm calling because I need a little advice from you two.
Okay.
Lifelong Mariners fan, and I'm like, I got half a can of Rainier left, or I've got half a can of Rainier gone. They made the playoffs. Second seed. Do you take it with all of this, just enjoy it? If we beat the Tigers, get to the ALCS and World Series, you know what? It's still a winning season. It's a great takeaway. Maybe it's things to come. Or do you just go, World Series was always the aspiration. If they don't get there, or even, at least to the ALCS, it's a disappointing season.
So Rainier half empty or half full? Yeah.
Brock, what are you going on that?
You've won the American League West. You've won 90 games, but that hay is in the barn. This is set up. The American League is set up in such a way. This series is set up with home field advantage. I mean, like you gotta get to the ALCS, and then whether it's Toronto or New York, that's going to be a heck of a foe.
It is more of a foe, but I think anything short of a World Series appearance is a little disappointing. Obviously, it gets increasingly less disappointing the farther you go.
And most importantly, they would feel that way.
Yeah, and I think they
would
should.
not feel like, well, we found a way to break a curse, and we found a way to get in. They being Julio,
This is a good question that I don't want to spend too much time on today, because today is much more about the positive heading into the weekend. But I think there's sort of two ways of looking at it. One, the AL is down, and you got a real opportunity with a very good team to get to the World Series. And by the time you get there, even if you lose to Philly or Milwaukee or LA or whomever, yeah, you're going to be disappointed because you got all the way there, but those teams are really good. The other side of it, though, for me is regardless of what happens, they've built something now that is pretty sustainable. There is a very real possibility that the best Mariner teams are ahead of this group as opposed to behind them, just based on what they have coming up through the system and who they have under team control. So, look, that's a conversation.
Are you a believer,
for down the road.
Salky? Are you a believer that you'll hear this sometimes, like NCAA tournament teams or NBA especially? Like, they got to go through the playoffs. Like, they got to have that experience. They got to gain that experience to know what it's all about. Are you a believer in any way in that in baseball?
I think it's true when it's true, and it's not true when it's not true, which is sort of a dumb way of looking at it. But, yeah, sometimes it's true. For some teams.
Like, I don't think that 2012 Seahawks team needed that loss in Atlanta to, like, oh, well, they had to go through that so 2013 could happen. They just weren't good enough in 2012.
Right.
Winston Guy and Trufant at that stage, and, some of the matchups with Atlanta, they just weren't good enough.
Yeah.
And they needed more talent, and they needed Bennett and Averill. And the Mariners in 2022, they were young. They were really, really young. They were super,
and by the way, there's
green.
only 9 players on that roster that are on the current roster.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's not like it's the same group and 20 of the 25 guys. It's 9 out of 26.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not that significant. No, the bigger question is whether this is a year where they're learning as opposed to this being a year where they realize it.
And to me,
we're going to find out.
You know what? We will. And I think that series in Houston a couple weeks ago, like, they needed that. Like, that. This group needed that.
The problem is Houston's just not that good. They're not as good. I mean, I think they're similar to Detroit. They're not as good as New York. They're not as good as Toronto, and I'm not that sold on either of those teams either. And they're nowhere near as good as LA, Milwaukee, or Philadelphia, 3 teams that I think are all
But you needed to go in their house, and you needed to sweep them away, and you needed to put a fork in them and end them.
That did need to happen. There's no doubt. 866-979-3776.
More of a trident.
Thank you. Let me go here to Aaron in Redmond. Good morning, Aaron.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Great, man. Great time to be alive.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick, I want to touch on both the Hawks and the Mariners. The Hawks, I'm just hoping they don't overlook these Bucks. They're wounded a lot like we saw last night with the Niners, and I just hope they they take it to the Bucs and just put this game away early, and not have anything arise out of that. The other team come in strong and overlooked and wounded and take us out. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. And then also with the Mariners, I'm fired up. I'm excited about this weekend. I'm a native. I was 10 years old in '95 when all that magic happened. I have a 10-year-old boy now, and I'd love to recreate that magic going forward and just carry this all the way through the World Series and get it done once and for all. I'm super excited. I'll be at a wedding tomorrow during this time, during tip-off. During first pitch. Yeah, right around the corner.
Can you get out of that? What does that look like? Close friend, family?
Really close friend. He's not doing a wedding party.
He'll understand.
I got to be there.
If he's that close a friend, he'll understand, Aaron.
I know. Well, and then I said, I know, knowing my friend, I'm like, there'll be another one in a few years if I miss this one.
Gee.
Wow.
Oh, gee, Scott.
My God. All right, Aaron, we're going to let you go before you get yourself into trouble before this wedding. Oh, my gosh. There's going to be another one. No, we're letting him go. I don't want him to get himself in trouble with the
Two things on that, though. You're not going to put away the Bucs. Like, you don't put away Baker Mayfield. He comes back in every game. The Eagles were up 30. Like, no, it's going to be a 4-quarter game. You're going to have to finish it. Secondly, I do think of Aaron's 10-year-old son and all of the Lyles, right? The 10, 11, 12-year-olds at this game, how cool it is for them. The Lyle will get to connect with other 10, 11, 12-year-olds at the game and have a memory that a lot of others, didn't have over the last couple of decades.
Right over there?
I've been sitting on that for a little
Lyle doesn't even, you've been doing this since yesterday. Lyle doesn't even really react.
The shrapnel. Just finding Lyle as he's innocently trying to answer the phone in there. How you doing, buddy? Are you excited? Where are you at?
Yes.
I thought the season was over because of Bryan Woo. Where are you? What is your emotional state right now?
It's mixed.
It's mixed?
I forgot about the Bryan Woo thing. Yeah, mixed.
Oh, you forgot about it. So yesterday the season was over. Today you've forgotten about it.
I forgot about it in the last 5 minutes until you brought it back up again.
Oh, and now you've remembered it again, and now you're depressed.
You've got 10, 11, 12-year-olds. It's the beauty of the 10 and 11, 12-year-old mind. This pops in, this pops out. I forget about this. I go there.
I'm happy. I'm crying. I'm excited. I'm upset. Yeah, no, there's a lot of variability.
That prepubescent brain, man. It's got a lot of things growing together.
Is that your problem? Have you not gone through puberty? What is the deal? What's going on with you?
And Maura wonders why I don't respond to some of these things.
There's probably no good answer to that one.
I am very excited.
All right.
I cannot wait to go down there this weekend.
What's your plan? Are you going to be down there for both days? What do you think?
Game 1, yeah.
Game 1, you're going to be down there tomorrow. Yes. That's pretty awesome. Good. Did you end up getting tickets?
Finally, yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Where are you sitting? Where should people find you?
300 level? I think we're sitting on the first base side.
That's kind of awesome. That's kind of the way to experience something like this.
I don't know if you want to be sitting behind him, though, because I said, what are you going to do about, the pacing and everything? He said, probably just do it in place.
Lyle pacing in place at the 300 level. Yeah, stay away if you can.
Probably won't be that hard to find.
Let's go to Justin, who's in Tacoma. Good morning, Justin. What's up?
Hey, I want to talk about how good of a start to the season Sam Darnold has gotten off to. I thought coming into the season it would take some time for him to get used to our team, but do you think him pairing with Clint Kubiak is just a perfect fit? And Sam is just 28 on a pretty friendly team contract. How do you feel about Sam being the quarterback for the long term with us?
Yeah, I think he has exceeded everyone's expectations. There can't be anybody sitting here in town, speaking of expectations and the Mariners and all that, Salk, that's sitting here going into Game 5 going, yeah, Sam's not exceeding my expectations. I thought more. I thought he'd be better than this. Honestly, he's done everything right. He's protected the football. He was clutch in big moments. He was even in the 49er game, man. He got you down there with a couple big throws, and that was a bummer to not finish it. But he finished it against Arizona. He has been on time. He has been on target, and he has been a truly pleasant surprise with a contract that is incredibly favorable and at an age where – if this is sustainable and he plays this kind of way at this kind of level, you're going to have him for a bunch of years ahead.
Well, and even more so, if he keeps playing like this, you're going to not have a good pick in the draft. So it's not like there's going to be an obvious answer in this year's draft, even if it ends up being a pretty good draft. So, yeah, I would say a lot of that is in Sam Darnold's control. What kind of team do they have? How does he play? And then it'll also help dictate what's available to them in the offseason. And if there's no real upgrade available, He's going to be here for a while.
And I do think it's easier to assimilate with teammates when you've been through the ringer as he has. And you've been there and you've done it in multiple systems with, all sorts of different good, bad, and ugly. And this is a pretty darn healthy culture over there.
All right, 866-979-3776. Let me go to Chris in Newport Beach, California. What's up, Chris? Good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. I just want to call in. I'm so fired up about the Mariners this weekend. And honestly, the older I get, this is the best time right now. It's all in front of us. I'm driving around. I'm dropping my kids off. I'm blasting Zombie Nation. I'm so pumped up. I'm ready to go. Let's go, Mariners.
Wow, you hitting a little Fashion Island today? Like, what's going on in Newport Beach?
Oh, dude, I was blasting by it. Jimi Hendrix playing so loud. It was unbelievable. I'm so excited. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next, day and a half, but I'm ready.
All right. Stay off Jamboree. A lot of traffic on Jamboree this time in the morning, and we appreciate it. Thanks for the phone call, Chris, there in Newport Beach. There's a lot of traffic in Newport
I think there's a lot of appreciation when you go through tough seasons and you go through tough stretches. I really hope there's an appreciation for, putting yourself in this position. That's all you can do is put yourself in this position. And this isn't the wild card position. This is now, 3 + 4, that you're 11 wins away.
Yeah, I know.
11 wins away.
Did you see the since you're counting 1 + 2 + 1 + 1? Have you seen the little sign or big sign that they put out outside the ballpark? It's got 11, like the 11 wins necessary, and they're going to cross them off as you. Oh yeah, 11 wins to win this World Series.
Seize the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Mike in Puyallup, what's going on in P-Town, Mike?
What's up, Coach?
Gentlemen, I forgive me. I wasn't listening earlier this morning. I don't know how much you talked about Bryan Woo or what's his possibilities for going or not going. But I was just thinking, man, every team in baseball would love even to lose a pitcher like Bryan Woo and still have the staff that we have.
Yep.
So I want to tell everybody, relax. It's going to be fine. We still got the horses. We still got the pitching staff that is the envy of the American League. Let's go, Mariners.
So that's good. I like the call. I like the positivity. And there's a lot of truth to that. I'm not quite there with you, though. That one's going to be a little hard for me. And I think we saw the Yankees pitching staff here. The 3 guys that they rolled out looked pretty darn good, right? I think we know that Detroit, after their number 1 starter, is pretty weak, but the guy they're going to roll out on Sunday is pretty darn good. What the Mariners have is great depth in their rotation, and that is of huge, huge value over the course of the regular season. Could it be taken away a little bit in the postseason? It depends how those guys pitch. The one big thing we keep seeing in all these postseason games is the guys who've got it get to keep going and going and going, and we see them into the 7th, 8th inning. And the guys who don't get yanked real early. And if that's the case, and 1 or 2 of these guys is 3 1/3, and then you got to get them out there, that is not to this team's advantage because now you're digging into the weaker part of your bullpen, which is not a place they want to be.
No, it's not. But Logan and George and Luis Salk, if they pitch to their ceiling, can be in that stratosphere.
100%.
This is not Aaron Seeley and John Halama and what was the other guy, Paul
Abbott.
Yeah, this is not that group. This is
impressed with that.
Yeah, that was a good pull right
Gotcha.
there. Yeah, and Freddie Garcia was close to those guys, but I don't even think his ceiling was what Logan and Luis.
No, these guys
Kirby
have really
can be.
Yes, but just the inconsistency this year is the only kind of scary point there. So no, I like the idea, and I like the idea behind the call. Let's keep going here. 866-979-3776. How about Brett, also in Redmond? Good morning, Brett. What's up?
Brock and Salk, long-time listener, first-time caller. This is actually crazy to get through. How are you guys?
We're great.
Nice. Let's go.
Oh, my God. Okay. Bottom line on top. Good God. I've been here, Seattle. Die hard. This is about as good as it gets. I can't remember being more excited for a weekend. Going with my best friend on Sunday to the Mariners game. I was just thinking about that Untouchables poster, Brock, that you and the Huskies did back in, 94, whenever back when you played. Yeah, you wore, a zoot suit with a hat and everything. Man, I engraved a wood board for my friend I labeled it August 1st, Mariners, 2025 World Series champions. Like, I swear, it's all falling into place here, guys.
So it was the trade deadline that convinced you that this team has a little something, and I don't think he's alone in that, Brock. That was a pretty impactful moment.
You know what I love, Salk? I love taking calls like this and thinking of putting you in a garage full of all of them. Like, how fun it would be for you.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh, is that something that sounds fun to you?
Or maybe a Saturday dive bar with all of them. Yes, okay. And you're trying to focus in on the strategery and the decision making, and it is like, isn't this great? I'm done. Okay, I'm done here.
Are you?
Moving along.
Are you done? Did you just sum up my life in 30 quick seconds? Did you just sum up all of my life in 30 seconds? I want to talk so badly about all of the machinations of the roster and how this works.
Go, Mariners!
Our buddy in Redmond's just like, Brock, Untouchables poster in 1917. It was amazing.
And I blasted Jimmy on the Highway 1.
It's so funny. I swear to God, the two of us could reach into each other's brains at times. Just know exactly what we're thinking.
Did you guys get your Friday started early?
Woo!
Man.
Let's go, Salk! What dive bar are you going to be at, brother? I'm there. Go Mariners, bleed the blue.
Oh, man. That is so freaking funny. You want to take? We can take one more call. I think that's all I've got in me today. Let's do the ultimate one of those. Let's go. I don't know. You want a message for the fans, or do you hope people have stories this weekend like 1995?
Whatever you want.
Let's. I mean, you got to finish with 1995, don't you? Keith's in Kirkland. Good morning, Keith.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I am thinking 31 years from now, somebody will have a similar memory to what I had from 31 years ago when I was a youth pastor in Tacoma, and I got some of my kids from my youth group to go to that game, and we actually got over the wall before they got the security under control, and I have dirt from the pitcher's mound from that game.
So trespassing and thievery? That's what you're teaching the kids? The youth pastor goes with trespassing and stealing.
Yes.
Yes, we did that. And a blast from the past.
All right.
A blast from the past, Brock. I actually was a youth pastor at the same time as Scott Sears and knew him. So.
All right, we got to go here. And I'm not just saying that because of this.
Bringing memories, man.
Okay, we got to go. It's 5. It's time. It's 9:54. We have to turn it over.
Brock, are you putting on a show because you said your wife is listening?
He is.
No, I just know exactly how my buddy's wired.
This is a lot.
I know how Salky's wired.
Oh, you're so funny, man.
I'm
You really
inside
are
his
funny.
head right
All right, well, I will just say this to our youth pastor friend. I hope the kids who are coming up with memories now end up with even better memories than 1995, because as great as that was, it didn't end the way everyone wanted it to. Hopefully this year does. Have a great weekend. Enjoy this. This is what sports are all about, bringing everyone together. Tremendous community event. Bump and Stacy will be on talking about it next, and Wyman and Bob after that, and all the extended pregame stuff all around the ballpark this weekend. Enjoy it, Seattle. We'll catch you Monday morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
Let's go Mariners! In the barn.
Everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bring on the Tigers.
And the Detroit Tigers are going to Seattle. They win the American League Wild Card Series.
And Saturday, T-Mobile Park will be rocking.
Here comes Cal Raleigh. Everybody on their feet.
Game 1 of the American League Division Series. Mariners, Tigers. Saturday at T-Mobile Park.
Let's go!
On the home of your AL West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports. Hear every game live on the Seattle Sports app.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at mbahealthtrust.com. That's mbahealthtrust.com.
At 65 years old, Bryan has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought, I'm doomed.
That's when Bryan decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports. Snapshot.
The Buccaneers have officially ruled out running back Bucky Irving for Week 5 against the Seattle Seahawks. Irving is the Bucs' leading rusher and also had over 100 yards receiving last week against the Eagles. Seahawks, meanwhile, a few injury concerns to track, including safety Julian Love and cornerback Devin Witherspoon, who didn't practice yesterday. The Mariners will host the Tigers tomorrow for Game 1 of the ALDS. Detroit's biggest threat is the best pitcher in the postseason, Tarik Skubal. He's not expected to go in Game 1, though. TBD on Seattle's starters. Dan Wilson expected to announce them today.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When